Let's go. Hey, come here. Your ass fuck. They be arguing on the panel, I just sip and scroll. Say you woke, but every post look like a Twitter post. Ain't no movement in this proof, ain't no movement on the floor. They marching attention, they ain't even got no fucking goal. Whole chat full of scholars with a YouTube degree. They be preaching off the net, they don't even be in the streets. They talk about they the lost tribes, but they really just lost they self. Blaming history for the pain that they ain't never felt. 7 deep in a panel, ain't got no source in sight. You said Nathan B. Forrest was Negro, right? We look Lucia up, she related to the natives. Say you stop quoting James Cheddar, boy, we know you faking. How the hell a black man start a white supremacist group? I'ma be honest with you, my nigga, I don't even think you thought that through. Ain't no source behind that talk, it's just a Reddit post. Every quote you drop, my nigga, sound like some shit that you suppose. Say that truth gon' set you free, so why you chain the lies? You the type to see a myth and gon' and amplify. You be talking out your neck, we call that conscious count. This nigga talking about he found Atlantis on a fucking map. I know a nigga who say that the Klan was founded by a group of blacks. I pressed that nigga to show us source, but he ain't got no facts. I swear this nigga's an old dummy and he ignorant. Every time I ask him for a source, it's not legitimate. He the type to read a book, but he's illiterate. I ain't even finna keep going back and forth with all this silly shit. They say fake it till you make it, but he made it just to fake it. Why you try to use the AI picture like I couldn't trace it? Why you try to use that picture like I couldn't trace it? Talking like you real, my nigga, your shit fabricated. Whole time that shit is myths, nigga, shit simulated. I keep going back and forth, but that shit wasting time. You keep posting all that nonsense like it's sacred text. Every source you quoting getting debunked by the next. How you talking about that truth, my nigga, but you ain't even passed the test? Whole clique full of grifters. Whole clique full of grifters. Nigga, I ain't fucking with you. I ain't fucking with you. Cheap black, I'm out here grifter. I ain't fucking with him. Yeah. Come on. I know a nigga who say the Indians is really black. And every day he go online just to twist the facts. Everything you say was cap, my boy, you ain't even graduate. Why you quoting J.A. Rodgers, nigga, he don't even say what you say. I sit back and laugh, but times this shit get really sad. If you was racing a nigga with no legs, your boy still coming last. All you do is go live and fabricate about the fucking past. I been sunning apples for so long, I changed my name to NPM Dad. Talking slick, he getting checked, bitch, that's factual. He faking woke, he faking deep, he real impractical. These niggas ain't got no books, they ain't got no proof, they ain't real radicals. His whole crew is lost, them niggas is pseudo-logical. I can't argue with no goofy, I don't spar off of misinformation. If I come with scholarship, it's a dead conversation. You been chasing fake identities, you a cultural clout chaser. I can't go back and forth with these niggas, these boys scared to show their faces. I can't go back and forth with these niggas, these boys scared to show their faces. You be reverse engineering white supremacy, you really fake racist. They say that Andrew Jackson was a nigga, boy, that shit ain't got no wings. You say that Nathan B. Forrest was black, my nigga, you said the wildest things. You say that tribes were speaking Latin, my nigga, that shit does not compute. Algonquin is Paleo Hebrew, boy, this fuck is wrong with you. You say the Klan was full of brothers, my nigga, you out your mind for real. Andrew Jackson's black, boy, that's cap, we know that shit for real, for real. You say the census lied for centuries, boy, you beefing with the field. If this shit was a sport, these niggas ain't had no highlight reel. If this shit'd be a sport, these niggas have no highlight reel. Niggas is big as fuck, these niggas ain't even in the fucking field. These niggas be wasting time online, we call that nigga Chief Capilot. He say he read a book, but I swear to God, that book don't match the plot. Every time I check him for a source, bro, get the glitching out. He ain't even crack the code, that nigga just posted Nazi Twitter posts. Boy, you be yelling on the panel, but you jump back the tone. This nigga say the Moors was born in America, boy, that shit is cap and gone, let's go. That nigga cap and gone. I been up the top so long, these niggas won't even right his wrong, these niggas be lying. type of nigga go live every day pushing fake news, just trying to get views? I'm getting tired of hearing your voice, nigga. I'm about to put the computer on mute. He keep on yelling and you keep on yelling, man. That shit is starting to give me a headache. I figured the Hebrews was the top pseudos, but I found out the apples took the cake. These niggas can't make nothing shake. I'ma be real, I can't even relate. He been up 3 days, he need an e-break. Your source agree with me, this ain't a debate. And that's why apples always die at they source. No, you can't land your plane, nigga, you off course. What the fuck you keep on talking about that for? That nigga said Rosa Parks was fake. I can't even listen to nothing he say. These niggas ain't woke, they wide awake. He think he cooking, but he making Salisbury steak. These niggas be skiing with ice skates. How the fuck got you on the panel for 9 days? Why the fuck every time you get pressed, you dodge the fade? That's the type of shit when I see you, I have to say. You ain't never got a source cause you conspiracy theories. I only look at your videos for satirical reasons. How the fuck you gon' say a whole bunch of dumb shit, think it sound smart, but you ain't having no meaning? Pussy nigga, how you say a whole bunch of dumb shit, think you soundin' smart, nigga, you ain't having no meaning. How you 42 years old online and you doing all that yelling, you can't handle your breathing. I don't know why you keep going live at this point, it's bad marketing. Everything you got came from a white man and you told like Lori marketing. Everything you got came from a white man and you told like Zach Wilson. But every time I point it out, you get to running like Corey Dillon. What type of nigga go live every day pushing fake news, just trying to get views? I'm getting tired of hearing your voice, nigga. I'm about to put the computer on mute. He keep on yelling and you keep on yelling, man. That shit is starting to give me a headache. I figured the Hebrews was the top pseudos, but I found out the apples took the cake. These niggas can't make nothing shake. I'ma be real, I can't even relate. He been up 3 days, he need an e-break. Your source agree with me, this ain't a debate. And that's why apples always die at they source. No, you can't land your plane, nigga, you off course. What the fuck you keep on talking about that for?
You could tell by their name that these niggas weirdos. Got no brains like the scarecrow. And every time he asks for the proof, it's never there though. See, I am confused, I don't know if you were Indian or more. So why are you mad at us for? We don't accept, grandmama said. What is wrong with you apples heads? You always die by your sources. Yeah, I'm about to put them in a coffin. Niggas, they say they won't smoke. But tell me, why is you coughing? And why you wanna go and use digress wrong? And why you wanna cry like your period on? When you started this shit, should've left me alone. Like, how are you niggas Indians? And plus you a Christian. And why when we ask for the proof, it's always missing. And why you would rather argue than listen? See, I know you a abo. What type of nigga go live every day? A abo. What type of nigga buy views that's fake? A abo. What kind of nigga deny everything? A abo. A abo. A abo.
Listening to this nigga all day, got me sounding with my art. This nigga been tweaking for too long, I can't do much taking no more. Crazy thing is, nobody believes him. He's screaming out loud right now. This nigga tweaking. He got some nerve acting like he up this bitch and he teaching. He got caught up in a lie. I ain't tryna hide it for no reason. He saying dumb shit unprovoked. He think he dropping gems. He still ain't get the picture yet. His camera out of film. He keeps saying he ain't black, cause it's just a pseudonym. Claiming to read the sheet, still your talking points when we don't know who you is. If you add that shit up, it don't even equal what you said. Your source already killed you, nigga, this like your 5th day dead. That's word to my rival, it's like the Cinco de Mayo. I don't know who need to hear this, but take Supreme up out your bio. I know a nigga who always use digress wrong, he from Ohio. You believe that shit you say, no nigga, you just tryna go viral. You just a pan-German ass nigga. You just tryna go viral, fuck nigga. The crazy thing is, nobody believes him. He's screaming out loud right now. This nigga tweaking. He got some nerve, act like he up this bitch teaching. He got caught up in a lie, tryna Hide for no reason. Hide it for no reason. Fuck nigga. You tryna commit treason. Fuck nigga. I'ma air out my grievance. Fuck nigga. You better pledge your allegiance. Fuck nigga. Better believe it when I see it, fuck nigga.
Starting on day 21.
Let's go. These niggas on that bullshit again. But it's free content, nigga. Nigga got mad cause young nigga counted up, showed them stacks, you ain't had 800 on you. I know a nigga with 52, he think he an Indian. And he say he stay in the trap, this nigga a real degenerate. But I'ma digress off him cause I don't really want him to end this shit. If you believe you can achieve, my brother, you just gotta get off that ignorant shit. It's been 13 hours straight, you screaming, lying on your granny. You cut your camera on with the hood on in your house, you nigga, you like a vigilante. You need to back up from the camera, we can see the cocaine residue, it's uncanny. I know this, you ain't say this crazy shit around your real family. I heard you think Christopher Columbus is a black man, he came from Portugal. I can't go back and forth with you niggas, you ain't even legitimate. I can go back and forth with these niggas ain't even logical. Every time I ask you for a swap, this nigga be trying to set up an obstacle. He say the Moors got expelled from Scotland and this proof is the Apocrypha. These niggas is really throwback fake temple Moorish Hebrew prophets. If you let them tell it Atlantis is Atlantis, nigga, I don't know what you saying. Dummy. You just reverse engineering solution hypothesis. These niggas out here don't even fund their own shit. These niggas don't do that. These niggas out here can't even make up their own fucking dodge. These niggas be trying to say the same shit the white sovereign said. I don't give a fuck what you niggas said. These niggas ain't even paid their child support. Let's go. I'm just keeping it real. Don't get mad at me, my nigga, cause you ain't really been in that field. I know a nigga who 52 and he think he an Indian. And he said he stay in the trap house, nigga, he a real degenerate. But I'ma digress off him, I don't want him to fuck around and end this shit. If you believe you can achieve, my brother, just get off that ignorant shit. It's been 13 hours straight, you still screaming, lying on your granny. You cut your camera on with your hood house, nigga, you like a vigilante. This nigga looking crazy. This nigga cut the camera on with a bad angle with the hoodie on, he look like a vigilante. That's bad work, my nigga, for real. I know damn well don't nobody know you out here lying on your fucking granny. This bitch got my name in his mouth us again. For every day you keep my name in your mouth, bitch, I'm dropping another song. Pussy, this shit easy. Nigga, this the real thing, nigga. You a bitch and you know that, pussy. 007 Guzman, bitch, I'm feeling just like James Bond. Change my name to MPM Dad, nigga, you my real son. I shouldn't have gave your bitch ass attention, nigga, but I'ma still respond. You can't even read and write, my nigga, how you supposed to correspond? These the type of niggas don't got shit except a name drop. I'm the only one keeping your old ass relevant like GameStop. You a bitch and you tryna hide your true colors like a paint shop. Nigga, you a lame, and you fat, and you corny. How many times I gotta tell you, nigga, you really just getting annoying. You don't never put in work, my nigga, you need to file for unemployment. Who the fuck you think you is, my nigga, you really not that important. I had to leave him in the past, had to leave a nigga right where I hadn't found him at. Old ass nigga washed up, that's why I call that boy a laundromat. And Graham Hancock called, nigga, he said he want his info back. I heard you produce breast milk, my nigga, you really fucking fat. You know you can't prove shit, nigga, you just a fat bitch. Feeling like future, cause nigga, ain't no way around it. Nigga, you talking spice, I'm getting the belt and gone and ground him. You better stay in your place, my nigga, if I put your ass on punishment. I think he an informant, my nigga, he working for the government. Think that nigga is cap as fuck, my nigga, he ain't even own shit. This the same nigga that got his YouTube channel taken down. This the same nigga that's buying views like it's going out of style. Nigga, you a fat dyke. Nigga, you better eat a Klondike. Nigga steady chasing clock cause he wanna be inside the limelight. All that nigga do is play Tyree Nasheed videos. All you do is chase clout, pussy and you been a hoe. Nigga always passing up on the debate, he think he Tony Romo. Nigga, you just a mouthpiece for the white man, I call him Andrew Cuomo. And I heard you a sloppy pseudo, nigga, tell me something I don't know. Nigga, you a bitch and I'm telling you that I been new. I don't give a fuck about you, nigga, I thought you knew that. That's why don't nobody come to your panels, nigga, you been washed up.
They say an engine recall on the way. Better drop them feathers, not could go full FB. Ain't no forest in the field, that's a dream that they chase. That's the rivers in this cap they be trying to replace. You can't rewrite history on a YouTube stream. Swearing 20,000 blacks, water hoods and sheets. Boy, that's Facebook facts built off filters and memes. Talk loud, but the truth don't echo when you scream. They treat rumors like relics, turn a whisper to a hymn. Google them blog spot scriptures like the gospel came from them. Google taught you half a story, now you claim you found your faith. But that storyline you follow look like YouTube clickbait. Say you tired of ancient tribes, but you read that in the thread. Talking Cherokee and Choctaw, but can't tell me where they spread. You be scrolling through aesthetics like you searching for your soul. Trying to blend 1,000 myths just to make your timeline whole. Forest fairy tales you preaching sound like TikTok overlays. You got AI drawing prophets telling lies you wanna praise. Every rumor that you echo put you further out of place. Trying to cosplay your origins, trying to fabricate your race. And you yelling on that stream like it's something to believe. But volume never turned a fantasy to history. You preaching but your proof don't match the words you speak. Whole chat hyping up the lies you singing off key. They say a engine recall on the way. Better drop them feathers, not could go full FBA. Ain't no forest in the field, that's a dream that they chase. That's that revisionist cap they be trying to replace. You can't rewrite history on a YouTube stream. Swearing 20,000 blacks, water hoods and sheets. Boy, that's Facebook facts built off filters and memes. Talk loud, but the truth don't echo when you scream. They say an engine recall on the way. Better drop them feathers, not could go full FBA. Ain't no forest in the field, that's a dream that they chase. That's that revisionist cap they be trying to replace. You can't rewrite history on a YouTube stream. Swearing 20,000 blacks, water hoods and sheets. Boy, that's Facebook facts built off filters and memes. Talk loud, but the truth don't echo when you scream.
Staying swift to keep from getting swift. Appreciate everybody who pulling up this morning. I know I ain't got Abo in the title, so we might have a light room. I ain't got Abo in the title, so I might have a light room this morning. And the Wi-Fi acting a little funny. The Wi-Fi acting funny. My girl already done came in my room talking about something. They doing a jitter test on her computer at work. So the Wi-Fi acting bogus. So if I'm in the middle of sharing a video and I got to reboot my computer, just know I'm already dealing with jitters. Right, I'm already dealing with it. So, this stream today, it's not really gonna be Abo-centric, right? I've been watching the right. I've really been watching the whole country. You know what I'm saying? So And I'm really at my point. I'm having abo fatigue. I do got a video. I do want to play some Aboriginal content. I'm having abo fatigue though, but I'm calling it brain rot fatigue because it's just not Aboriginals, right? And I just because those are the people that I interact with online, and most people know me for going back and forth with them. It seems to paint that narrative that them is the only ones that a nigga be focused on. And I had to tell them when I'm in a conversation with them, like, bro, y'all niggas really not on my radar. Y'all came into the conversation that was already being had, much like MAGA did with this America First movement, right? And people wanting to control their tax dollars. That shit was a movement prior to Trump, prior to even Pat Buchanan, right? If we want to go all the way back down the timeline, niggas is trying to equate MAGA with Ronald Reagan, right? Because these sentiments, right? These anti-black sentiments, these anti-immigrant sentiments, they've been deep entrenched into the belief system and the economic base of the right wing. You see what I'm saying? Unquestionable at this point, right? Reagan from 68, really from 68 until like 85, you see the exact same thing we seeing right now as far as white people and their so-called black fatigue, right? They really having civil rights fatigue. And that's what folks ain't drawing the line and making the correlation. But I'm seeing the shit clear as day. You see what I'm saying? I'm seeing the shit clear as day. I'm seeing that this black fatigue shit is really civil rights fatigue, right? They're disappointed in the mediocrity of their own people, and they're disappointed that the mediocres can't beat the prominent blacks. That's what this whole thing is about. That's the only reason why these so-called white people, these white men, that's why they feeling victim. That's why they got the victimhood playbook out right now. That's why they saying that they want to accelerate the government into a decline. All of this shit is predicated around mediocre whites and their inability to gain footing in the country they created once we level the playing field. That's what niggas don't pay attention to, right? But they'll stand along them and say, yeah, I'm on the right, I'm a conservative. Meanwhile, these folks, which I got clips loaded, I'm ready to play them. These folks don't feel birthright citizenship should be your right, nigga. They don't want you included in the birthright citizenship. They want birthright citizenship to include Europeans, white Europeans specifically, from Western European and Eastern European countries. This is the concept that niggas don't understand whilst trying to pivot like they're going against the grain because all blacks vote Democrat. Niggas just trying to be cool, trying to be what they said, like I said, go against the grain, trying to be motherfucking the fucking the divergent of the year, all this goofy shit. Meanwhile, like I said, the people that you stand at arms locked and step with, they don't even think that you're a citizen of the US if the constitution is ripped up. You niggas don't have nothing to stand on. And that's what I'm saying. These niggas, they think they standing with people who want to uphold the constitution and want to take it back to the original founding. These people want to strip everything about the Constitution. They're not worried about the 13th Amendment, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th. They're not worried about nothing. Only thing they give a fuck about is the Second Amendment. They don't even care about the First Amendment, right? Folks don't even care about the First Amendment. So due to the fact that folks don't even care about the First Amendment, they trying to take freedom of speech. If a nigga say Charlie Kirk was a fuck nigga, you know what I'm saying? You say Charlie Kirk was a fuck nigga, they taking your channel. They fucking trying to get you fired from your job. So First Amendment, they don't give a fuck about it. The Second Amendment, they want to keep their pistols, right? But they don't want you to have your pistol, right? Ronald Reagan was the one who enacted that shit back when the Black Panthers was walking around with them rifles, right? They was the ones. Ronald Reagan was the one that said, "Hey man, we're gonna have to be strict with these California gun laws." Right? That was Reagan because of Black Panthers. right? But if it was some white folks walking the streets with their long rifles, motherfucker wouldn't have said shit to him, right? Motherfucker wouldn't say shit to him. But you got people who identify as Black American, they identify as Aboriginal, and they are holding the water for these whites who don't care about you, these whites who feel like you are subhuman. I'm gonna play clip. Like I said, I got clips, and I know the room gonna shrink because it's not abo-centric. And these niggas these days, they don't care about nothing in life. They are the Black version of what I'm speaking on, right? They have been desensitized and they have been dehumanized long before the white mediocre or the white mediocre men started being dehumanized and demoralized, right? So the people that we deal with on a daily basis, they are demoralized and dehumanized. They don't feel like the same as a white man. This is why they're trying to throw their African culture away, African heritage away, because they want to be tied to some brand new shit that doesn't have nothing to do with shame. And I got a clip. Like I said, I got clips I'm about to play to formulate my opinion, right? But I'm off these Aboriginal conversations. I'm off these diasporic war conversations because I understand wholeheartedly after further investigation that shit is a government psyop without question. I'm not even blinking an eye at this shit no more. I understand what's going on. I had some inclination of what's going on, but now I got more than enough evidence to suggest this so-called diasporic wars is a fucking psyop. Okay, I've been looking at CIA memorandums. I've been keeping up with the stories of all these different leaders, all these African rulers from all these different countries, and it's all showing me one thing. It's showing me that the number one threat to national security, whether it be in France, whether it be in Germany, whether it be in Denmark, whether it be in America, the number one threat to national security is a Black person with an education. That's the number one threat to national security. They want niggas to be anti-intellectual. And I'm like I said, I see this shit all for what it is, bro. It makes so much sense to me now when I sit back and I peel the layers back, right? I'm not the most astute. I'm not the most I'm not the most goddamn academically inclined, but I'm not anti-intellectual, right? I got a conspiracy bag that I could get into, but even my conspiracy bag, I like to have evidence-based conspiracies, right? Because I'm not anti-intellectual, but this American culture is an anti-intellectual culture, right? And that's what we're coming up in. We've been groomed up in this anti-intellectual American subculture, and it's derailing all of the hard work niggas already put in. Let me play this video real quick.
So-called, and incite hatred among the populations. These individuals who are on their plateau, who every morning and evening spit out their toxic venom to incite hatred among the communities, are generally very vile. With their miserable faces, they know how to do that. Spitting out poison every day, they are trying to divide the community. On social media, they are there, and they are numerous. Why are we blacks trying to incite hatred among us? And by hypocrisy, we call ourselves brothers.
Yeah, we back. Happy holidays, man. Happy holidays, man. Listen, I just dropped a 3-pack off on the Patreon. 3 videos. We talking about the recent summit, the second annual meeting of the heads of state of the AES, all the events that's new developments and announcements, all the legendary speeches and statements. Go check it out on the Patreon. Sign up for the Patreon. And if you don't have an account on the Patreon, you can simply hit me up on the Cash App. I'll send you a playlist directly with all the videos where we breaking down what occurred at the summit, the second annual AES summit. Follow the directions.
I'll be right back. Damn, this shit pissed me off. But I knew it was finna happen. I'll be right back.
Damn, Iko, you made it.
Hey, come here. They say word on the street. They say word on the street. These Aboriginals that cannot smoke. Word on the street. These Aboriginal shit is all a joke. Word on the street. You ducking the fade. That's why y'all go live no more. Ever since YK had a debate with you, just ain't been the same. Ever since YK had a debate with you, just ain't been the same. I say ever since YK had a debate with you, just ain't been the same. You just ain't been the same guy. Used to be the big dog to these niggas, now you're a small fry. Craziest thing is though, about it, your ego still supersized. Even though in talk cast pressure, nigga, you fell right by it. I'm just keeping it real, don't shoot the messenger. These the word on the street, she ain't gotta pay a lesson for. You ain't even gotta hit the cash out. I'ma pay my own weight, nigga, that's why you never heard me ask. My favorite player Kobe, and I smoke personal, so I can't give a nigga a pass. I don't know why you thought that faking viewership was finna last. I don't know how the fuck you thought that faking viewership was finna last. I've been at this shit for way too long, I'm starting to lose my patience. Why you always got conspiracies, you never investigate. You steady be wasting time online, you faking views and shit. You could've bought them Google ads, nigga, but you got the fake viewership. But you bought the fake viewership. You could've bought some Google ads, nigga, but you got fake viewership. Why you always saying you digress, you be misusing it? I swear these niggas be with that stupid shit. I can't even argue with a nigga, I gotta laugh at them. Aboriginals like cornerbacks, nigga, they moving ass backwards.
Damn, Iko, you made it.
They moving ass backwards. Aboriginals like cornerbacks, nigga, they moving ass backwards. I can't even argue with these niggas, I gotta laugh at them. Aboriginals like cornerbacks, nigga, they moving ass backwards. I say, word on the street, these Aboriginals that cannot smoke. Word on the street, these Aboriginal shit is all a joke. Word on the street, you ducking the fade, that's why y'all go live no more. Ever since YK had a debate with you, just ain't been the same. I say, ever since YK had a debate, you nigga, you just ain't been the same.
Damn, Iko, you made it.
It seemed like ever since YK had a debate, you just ain't been the same. You just ain't been the same guy. Used to be the big dog to these niggas, now you a small fry. To these niggas, now you a small fry. All you do is walk around, nigga, and try to propagate. All you niggas do is false prophet, try to propagate.
Damn, Iko, you made it.
Click full of bunch of fake prophet trying to propagate. He got a click full of fake prophets, nigga trying to propagate. That shit be barred up, nigga don't even try me. Straight from the top with a little bit of whiskey.
That's all I need, to whoop a elbow, put his head right on his knees. No diddy, these niggas weak as fuck, I'm straight off the tits. They weak as fuck, I'm trying to tell you don't get it. These niggas don't listen, I just be trying to tell you niggas, but they don't listen, so we just leave them where they at. I ain't even kidding. Treat them like rocks, tell that boy to get kicked.
All right, it should be reloaded. I got, give me 30 seconds. I'm gonna play one more jingle. I'm going back into my shit. This shit fucking up my rhythm. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm sorry, y'all. This shit low budget. This fucking Xfinity. I'm done with Xfinity, nigga, after this contract over with.
Thanks for the slap, Ali. I prove it to myself before I prove that shit to you. I was out here thugging, I was supposed to be the one that stayed in school. Got kicked out campus, dorm got searched. They think I robbed the bank. Got me feeling like Tim, cause I swear this shit done came the harder way. He swear he pee, but he only gon' fuck cause that boy got a car and a chain. He wanna hate the player, but he really know he need to hate the game. I was taking trips to the left coast with the bows, trying to make a name. I thought I was on the right path till a troll got behind me and hit the lights. Pack touchdown in Gainesville like I'm Percy, telling me that I'm more handsome in person. I been found my purpose, can't pop me no perk. I tapped to some shit you can't reach it like cursing. I'm tapped to some shit you can't see to believe in. Some shit you can't see to believe in. OJ on trap on Sunday like a deacon. Name ain't Steven, he tryna get even. He hide his mind, he gon' fight through the demons. Lost in his mind, he can't find him a reason. I prove it to myself before I prove that shit to you. I was out here thugging, I was supposed to be the one that stayed in school. Got kicked out campus, dorm got searched. They think I robbed the bank. Got me feeling like Tim, cause I swear this shit done came the harder way. He swear he pee, but he only gon' fuck cause that boy got a car and a chain. He wanna hate the player, but he really know he need to hate the game. I was taking trips to the left coast with the bows, trying to make a name. I thought I was on the right path till a troll got behind me and hit the lights.
Man, I got the gaming package. This shit still ass, bro. Like, I'm about to reboot my computer because at this point, I done did everything else except reboot the computer. This shit done derailed my whole fucking stream. I knew this shit was gonna do that. Shit derailed my whole fucking stream. Shit be getting on my fucking nerves. Fuck the nigga whole stream up. It's fucking ridiculous. Man, Ogun, I got the white one and the black one. I got two modems in the house. But I just reloaded the computer. Let me see how it's working now. Hold on, let me come in off the laptop. Let me see if it's working now. That shit ridiculous. I think I'm back. Golly. That shit derail a nigga whole train of thought. I'm about to roll up. Nigga just derailed my whole train of thought. I'm about to roll up.
That shit just aggravated me. I'm in here some positive shit. The motherfucking Wi-Fi don't want to work. Man, that shit aggravated. Fuck, I then lost my train of thought. Right? I know I was. This shit here getting on my nerve. My girl taking up Wi-Fi. I'm like, bro, I'm about this stuff, bro. Like, hold on. This bitch got my name in his mouth once again. For every day you keep my name in your mouth, bitch, I'm dropping another song. Pussy, this shit easy. Nigga, this the real thing, nigga. You a bitch and you know that, pussy. 007 Guzman, bitch, I'm feeling just like James Bond. Change my name to MPM Dad, nigga, you my real son. I shouldn't have gave your bitch ass attention, nigga, but I'ma still respond. You can't even read and write, my nigga, how you supposed to correspond? These the type of niggas don't got shit except a name drop. I'm the only one keeping your old ass relevant like GameStop. You a bitch and you tryna hide your true colors like a paint shop. Nigga, you a lame, and you fat, and you corny. How many times I gotta tell you, nigga, you really just getting annoying. You don't never put in work, my nigga, you need to file for unemployment. Who the fuck you think you is, my nigga, you really not that important. I had to leave him in the past, had to leave a nigga right where I hadn't found him at. Old ass nigga washed up, that's why I call that boy a laundromat. And Graham Hancock called, nigga, he said he want his info back. I heard you produce breast milk, my nigga, you really fucking fat. We know you can't prove shit, nigga, you just a fat bitch. Feeling like future, cause nigga, ain't no way around it. Nigga, you talking spice, I'm getting the belt and gone and ground him. You better stay in your place, my nigga, if I put your ass on punishment. I think he an informant, my nigga, he working for the government. Think that nigga is cap as fuck, my nigga, he ain't even own shit. This the same nigga that got his YouTube channel taken down. This the same nigga that's buying views like it's going out of style. Nigga, you a fat dyke. Nigga, you better eat a Klondike. Nigga steady chasing clock cause he wanna be inside the limelight. All that nigga do is play Tyree Nasheed videos. All you do is chase clout, pussy and you been a hoe. Nigga always passing up on the debate, he think he Tony Romo. Nigga, you just a mouthpiece for the white man, I call him Andrew Cuomo. And I heard you a sloppy pseudo, nigga, tell me something I don't know. Nigga, you a bitch and I'm telling you that I've been new. I don't give a fuck about you, nigga, I thought you knew that. That's why don't nobody come to your panels, nigga, you been washed up. Yeah. I should be back, man. That's crazy work. So let me get into my video, man, before I be done. Smash my damn laptop against the wall. Let me do this down. Let me get into my shit before I've been done smash this laptop against the wall. So again, like I said, I'm having brain rot fatigue. So I'd much rather just talk about what's going on in the real world. Because from what I've been understanding and what I've been gathering, like I said, the number one threat to national security is an educated Negro. All right, anti-intellectualism is the culture. Anti-intellectualism is the climate. Niggas will fight you because you want to show a nigga a source. Nigga will get mad at you because you want him to be on the up and up with what he's saying. This anti-intellectualism is derailing, like I said, all the hard work niggas' ancestors already put in. I made a comment, like I'm finna play a conversation I had with an Aboriginal, right? But my the last time I went to my family reunion, it really opened up eyes for a nigga, right? Because I had that bug, you know what I'm saying, that not anti-intellectualism bug, but I was anti-establishment to the point where I felt like the collegiate institution was a part of the establishment. And that if I'm gonna go all the way with my movement, I don't need college and all this type of shit. So when I'm back on I'm back at with the home team and we talking about, you know, family and shit like that, they bringing up
who got degrees, where they came from. You know, this person had a fourth grade education. This person had to catch 3 and 4 buses to get where they need to go to. You know what I'm saying? When they giving the family stories and stuff like that, it just put everything back into perspective for me. Like, shit that a nigga is focused on don't matter, and it never mattered to my people, right? My people held certain things in high regards, and my people chose to use that to liberate them, right? They didn't sit around complaining. They didn't sit around circle jerking. They didn't make up a fucking narrative for them to be Native Americans so that they could hide from their ancestry, or they could hide from what their ancestors went through. And like I said, I had this conversation yesterday with Aboriginals because I was trying to understand, why do you do this every day? What is the concept behind getting online and arguing with other black people about where y'all from? Right? You take the conversation about Pan-Africanism, which is a political identity, right? It's a it's a it's a way of life, but it's a political identifier. You know what I'm saying? It's a political ideology. You niggas are trying to fight politics with your heritage. Who does that? That's anti-intellectual. And for me to continue to participate in it, I'm a part of the problem. Nowhere, nobody does that. No white person argues with another white person about you should be a Democrat or you should be a Republican, and their answer be because you're from Ireland. That shit don't make sense. You're mixing two conversations that don't have nothing to do with each other. That's the anti-intellectualism to its core. So again, I asked the brother, I said, because really what made me come up, the nigga said Pan-Africanism was victimhood. And so I'm trying to figure out, what is Pan-Africanism to you Negroes, and what is victimhood to you niggas? Because maybe we can get an understanding on why we had these conversations every day. And I feel like I did get a good understanding when I left that conversation, but I also got met with a lot of emotional trauma, right? I got met with a lot of emotional damage that we as a people have, put lipstick on. We put perfume on instead of addressing the real problems. So niggas, instead of addressing the real problems, they just put their head in the sand and call themselves an Indian, right? Same shit like I said with they've been dehumanized and demoralized, just like these mediocre whites who feel like DEI is taking away any chance of them having a decent life. Not you work hard, or you gotta tighten up, or you gotta clean up your act, or pull yourself up by your bootstraps. None of that. They feeling like DEI is keeping them out of positions. Mediocres, you know what I'm saying? Low budgets. They feeling like the low information voters is feeling like your black ass and the immigrants is keeping their life in shambles. Meanwhile, we know the establishment is the reason why the economy is the way it is. We know Trump passing tax cuts for the rich and all this type of stuff. We know about the Venezuelan bombing, and we know about all of this shit don't got nothing to do with keeping the mediocre whites in power. This is to do with elites using you mediocres and using you you quote unquote diasporic Negroes to do their bidding. The number one threat to national security is an educated nigga. Because once you get educated and you know your history, you understand how to move out here, and you understand what's going on out here. You'll see clear as day this diasporic war shit is a government psyop. You'll see it clear as day. The only job of the CIA with this COINTELPRO shit was to learn as much about what makes the black man tick as possible and to infiltrate. And shout out to Port City. Port City did a short. I got it. All this stuff is queued up. I'm gonna play it all. Port City, he got a short where he reacted to one of the informers that took down Malcolm, and listening to him communicate about how many hours they put into learning what you Negroes think, learning who is great, who do you consider as a leader, who do you consider as a thought leader, all these people, and they penetrate the psyche of the black man, and that's just how they get into the movement. This Negro said that that these white boys in the field office was quoting black liberators he had never even heard of.
He had never even heard of these people, but they do so much research on you. They do so much recon on you, and you don't know shit about them. And niggas ask me why I be sitting around in these different spaces, and why do I keep tabs on Nick Fuentes? Why do I keep tabs on Gavin Newsom? Why do I keep tabs on women's propaganda? Why do I keep tabs on all these different random white supremacists? Because I need to know what the fuck is going on, just like they trying to figure out what's going on. I keep tabs, bro. Niggas was wondering how I was coming with this Aboriginal shit. Bro, I was watching how the white people interact and how the white people try to quell their supremacist problem. This ain't just some black problem where niggas think they was everywhere and they did everything. This is a white problem as well. This is a low information problem. This is a low self-esteem problem where in order to fabricate your self-esteem, you putting in fake stuff into this machine to build up your conscience, build up your confidence. This is what this shit all goes down to. It goes from one to the next. So when I'm studying and I'm looking up stuff like Task Force Butler, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that where I'm learning, hey man, these white boys, they be infiltrating these right-wing groups. They sit around, they figure out what these people thinking about, and they try to come up with concepts of how to derail what they got going on. So that's why I was like, you know what? I start hitting elbows from every angle because that's how you effectively combat this type of shit, right? You beat them on all angles. You don't just kill the information and debunk them. You let them know, you chastise them, you demoralize how they feel in their ideology, right? You show them, you hold the mirror up to their face and you show them just how idiotic and how ugly it looks. And that is more effective than sitting around teaching a motherfucker that they're lying or teaching a nigga he got the wrong history, right? So that's why I started doing the diss songs. That's why I started just taking a different approach than just straight debunking niggas, because for one, these niggas are anti-intellectual anyway. So they don't care about sources. These are nihilistic, anti-intellectual incels. A lot of these dudes don't know how to interact with women, never really had good relationships with women, so they're lonely, right? And I'm just learning all of this stuff on the fly because I wasn't even a big internet guy, right? I didn't really get onto the internet and start locking in with this social media shit until the pandemic. I didn't care about social media. And I still don't care about social media. I've used it for what I'm trying to use it for. Even back then when I was on it and I was in the Twitter spaces and I'm doing all this stuff crypto related, it was all centered around something. And I was noticing even back then, it was a lot of grifting and it's a lot of fake camaraderie, like these fake positive spaces, these communities is forming up around people who don't know each other and don't know themselves. And I noticed, like I said, I noticed that but I didn't put a diagnosis on it because I was new to the internet in that aspect, right? This is my first time seeing panels. This is my first time watching people talk and interact and disseminate information together and argue with each other online. This is my first time seeing that type of stuff. 2020, 2021, 2022, I'm participating in it, but I'm not noticing what I'm participating in. But slowly but surely it's making sense, right? I'm noticing when I'm in the Twitter spaces, everybody that I'm interacting with, they seem to be white nationalists. They seem to be Mexicans that are extremely racist, or they seem to be from a different country, like Argentina or from Australia. These are people that I'm interacting with every day when I'm in these crypto spaces. And I'm learning this anti-black sentiment is deep and it's entrenched and it's in the online spaces. So that's when I start tapping in, like, okay, I'm arguing with these niggas in here because I'm black. I'm in the space, in the Twitter space, and I'm telling niggas, yo, the climate that y'all setting is lame, it's corny, and y'all, and they was using hip hop. You know what I mean? So it's like they running hip hop content, but they don't like black people. You know what I'm saying? And they don't like degenerate stuff. They claim that, you know what I'm saying, rap music is ran with sexy reds and NBA young boys. This was the type of stuff they were saying when we was in the lives. I used to be going back and forth with them about it. So I'm like, I know the underarching narratives developing, right? But now these is full-fledged narratives where they running with calling themselves rap fatigue, calling themselves black fatigue, right? Masking what I call earlier as civil rights fatigue. These people are dependent on the system being upheld. Without the white supremacist system, the mediocres have nowhere to live. They have no benefits, right? The mediocre benefits more than a well-educated black, especially in a climate where DEI is looked down upon. They have reversed DEI and they have now made DEI racist against whites. But nobody paying attention to that because niggas is running around here trying to be Indian. Niggas is running around here trying to defame and derail and debase African people. Only thing that it's doing is strengthening the European Union and strengthening all the allies that's working against your black American ass. Niggas ain't realizing we still the target and we are putting a target on our back by alienating all our cousins, by being anti-intellectual, right? We are playing into all the narratives that they put on us, right? That niggas is emotionally lashing out, bad intelligence, low IQs, impulse control got to be adjusted. All this type of shit is what they say on the right. They say online, period, to justify considering you subhuman. And niggas turn around and act like the black person in their face is the real enemy. It's not no white boogeyman. It's recognizing what's going on. Niggas don't even recognize what's going on. But let me play this clip. Hopefully I done ran it myself back on point because I forgot what the fuck I was even talking about. But I got this clip, right? Let me get into this clip. So yesterday, I had a conversation with Nadi and Yodi. Right? I had a conversation with Nadi and Yodi. Like I said, I try to get to the point of what the hell are y'all doing every day? Why is it every day you wake up and you want to have a conversation telling people that they're not from Africa? What is that? What is that? Where does that come from? So this conversation right here is predicated around that. Where does that come from? Let me big screen this real quick, so I can give my commentary, and then I'm gonna get into my right wing imploding conversation.
You talking too much. You starting hatred right there.
Yo, Nadi, why Jamaicans jealous? Why Jamaicans?
What Pan-Africanism says is
hold on, Nadi, hold on. Wait, let me ask Nadi a question. Nadi, why Jamaicans jealous of you as Virgin Islands?
because they're a bunch of fucking country bumpkins.
No.
Yeah, for true.
He said country bumpkins.
Way too. We're just,
You know, they kind of. I don't call them that, but
Dominica,
they
and
kinda,
the
if
VI.
you think about it, they the real way.
My fault. Like I said, I'm working off. I got a bad connection problem this morning, and I'm on the laptop because I'm finna go outside. If I was on the desktop, it probably wouldn't even be doing this. But my laptop don't have enough bandwidth. I don't think with this. It's a Chromebook, so that should be working hard. So let me load this back up. If it do it again, I might just get on the desktop.
I'm gonna just respectfully
So prove me
disagree
wrong
with
then,
you.
my G.
Well, all I got is my anecdotal experience with my auntie and what she tells me and what
I'm
I've
just
seen
telling my
personally.
point.
Fighting
My
over
point is
fags is
this.
crazy.
My point is this. Again, all you're doing is proving
But that's what, hold
They
on, hold
still
on, but
at
that's
it.
what
just
They
I'm
doing is
still
saying.
at
proving what
it,
I said
That
is
don't
true
mean the
before.
same thing.
There's a difference
That
between
don't mean a
science
They
and
cigarette.
still at it.
scientific.
No,
That
I
don't
just thought
mean
Hey,
that
a
was
but
cigarette
funny.
listen, no.
anymore.
When
I just
People
you
thought
talk
that
using
was
the
about
funny.
word
fags, it
pipe,
don't mean cigarettes. You know that.
Nah, you good, Marky. Then I just thought that was funny. I thought that was funny.
And you supporting my point. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I just thought that was funny. I thought that joke was hilarious. But hey, I do got a question though, man. 'Cause I've been listening. I've been in and out, but I do like when Yodi get to get his pseudo babble off. But Yodi, I do got desktop. Nah, that's the problem. My yacht rock. I can't do nothing with this Chromebook. I can't do nothing with it. I'm then about to throw it away. The only reason why I still got it is just cause if I take it to the pawn shop, they probably only give me $30 for it. That's the only reason why I ain't dropped it off yet. But I think I'm probably just gonna have to go in on the desktop. You know what I'm saying? The only reason why I'm on the laptop because I'm like I said, I'm finna roll up. I'm trying to stay mobile so I can go in the backyard. You know what I'm saying? I'm teaching my son. We still practicing our driving skills. So I like to go in the backyard. We're gonna practice our driving. Daddy can smoke his little J and I can run my content. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, I try to keep it on the laptop, stay mobile, but this motherfucking Wi-Fi cooking a nigga. Wi-Fi cooking a nigga. Overdue too. Well done type cooking a nigga. You feel me? EIE overwhelmingly cooking a nigga. Look at you. Nah, Dosa, you gonna have to. Who told you you'll see some primaries? I'm confused. Nah, see, my segment for the day, you gotta read the title of the stream. I'm really done talking to Aboriginals about Aboriginal content. Like I said, I'm trying to expand my horizons. I'm trying to expand my horizons. Y'all ass is boring. And I'm not growing, right? I came into a community that already exists that's not growing. So I've got the numbers that I needed for my watch hours. I don't need to talk about Aboriginals ever again. And I could just organically grow my shit. I don't care if I got 4 people in the chat. Eventually I have what I need. Like I said, I watch content creators who only talk about politics. I watch niggas go from 5 to 75. I watch niggas go from getting 900 views a video to niggas getting 42 and 52,000 of you, right? So I stay down, and I know how to go from an ounce to a motherfucking pound. So I stay down. I'm not tripping. But yeah, I'm bored off every single day having a CIA conversation with no end in sight. A CIA conversation with no end in sight, and it's clear as day. So like I said, to the naked eye, anybody who keeping up a diasporic war is clearly an agent. They don't have nothing to talk about, right? So they have to fabricate wars. They have to fabricate conversations, and then they be in an endless loop all day long. I'm off that. I got abo fatigue. I got brain rot fatigue. That type of shit actually lowers your IQ when you constantly and actively participate in the anti-intellectual conversations. It derails your brain. It lowers your IQ, and it makes you more susceptible to misinformation. When you constantly hear it on over and over and over again, it's a clinical term for it, but it causes your brain, it blurs the lines between what's real and what's fake. Even though your brain knows it's fake, you're constantly listening to it every day. So it causes a sort of psychosis. So I'm not doing that shit. That shit is boring. It's been boring. When niggas try to get to the information, people derail it. They want to yell and scream. That's only fun to low IQ people. And I was trying to get in and learn
The content game, learn how to, deal with people who derail conversations. Because, like I say, I argue with MAGAs. I do that already. I know the tactics. I know the anti-intellectualism is not just in the black community. And I know y'all niggas get y'all talking points from the Republican National Convention. You niggas get your talking points from BlackRock. You niggas get your talking points from the ADL. So I don't need to interact or go back and forth when I've already put in the work. People already know me for whooping on y'all. So it doesn't, like I said, it no longer benefits me when I'm in these other spaces. You know what I'm saying? When I be in these other spaces, people don't even care about Aboriginal stuff. When I went back into the crypto space, because I just been back touching my toes in this shit because with the way that I live my lifestyle, I had stopped trading for a while, right? I'm a day trader by choice, right? Been day trading since 2015 off and on. You know what I'm saying? I used to live only off my proceeds of trading. I used to sell weed and trade. That's all I used to do, right? But, growing up, I got a kid now. I'm trying to do taxes. I'm trying to run businesses. I'm trying to grow as an entrepreneur. So I decide, you know what? I'm going to get me a Sprinter van. I'm going to go over the road, right? And so when I started getting into my van and I started going over the road, my schedule changed. So I can't really tap in. I can't really watch the charts. I can't really, scalp like I like to. I couldn't really, get into my bag because I'm spending so much time on the road and not enough time watching the charts. So then I would, come home after a long drive and I don't feel like looking at the charts. I don't feel like, chasing it because in my eyes, when you chase it, you lose it, right? So I like to be in the mix, in the flow. So now that I have readjusted my schedule, because now my girl, she finally got a job. You feel me? So now that I'm not the only breadwinner, I can adjust my schedule. So now that I've adjusted my schedule, it's time to get back into my day trading bag. You see what I'm saying? So now that I'm back into my day trading bag, and I've been back in my day trading bag for about a month and a half now, it's a little bit more difficult for me to sit through them conversations. Because one, I gotta be checking my charts. I gotta be looking at, what I'm saying, my entry points. And I gotta be keeping my ear to the streets about what's going on in the news. So I can't really spend time looking in the archives about the 1600s. It doesn't fucking matter. I can't go back in the archives and look at the 1490s. It doesn't fucking matter. And I refuse to leave money on the table arguing with niggas who don't give a fuck about life, about shit that don't matter. I'm not leaving that money on the table no more. You know what I'm saying? I collect a $230 trade and then go argue with y'all niggas. Nah, fuck all that. When I hit my number that I need to hit, then I'm gonna go live. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't even go live every day anymore. Because I got a different schedule now. Me and my son doing stuff during the day, and I'm day trading now again. So I can't be sitting around gathering videos so I can lock in and fucking argue with Abo. So the whole thing I've been saying, Dosa, this has nothing to do with you. I actually have a video up queued up about Naughty and Yodi. It really had nothing to do with you, just like yesterday had nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? I hate to break it to you. No, I won't. Dosa, you probably will never hear my voice again. Like when I say I'm off this shit, I'm legitimately off of, and there is nothing beneficial about it. I got all the clips I need on my old iPhone 12. All I gotta do is sit back, learn the content creation clip where I can pay somebody from Fiverr, send them all the clips, and tell them exactly how I want them to present it. This shit is dead. It's been dead. Nobody's monetized, right? Nobody been monetized. Only monetized people is Pan Africans and Truth Zone. So again, I'm not worried about none of that shit. It's boring. Niggas lie all day, they yell and scream, and they want you to participate in it. And they think if you don't, all of a sudden, you got some type of shit that's like detrimental to your life and you can't get in the like, bro. A lot of niggas just off this shit. This shit is legitimately boring. You know what I'm saying? Niggas don't have no real information and they don't even know how to apply it in real life.
Again, you can have a conversation and teach a nigga, hey gang, I'm over here. I got this firm I'm working with, and this firm I'm working with, they got these brokers that they down with, and I'm using this broker and I'm using this indicator. That conversation you can't even have because niggas don't even know what you talking about. And niggas gonna be trying to press you. Niggas gonna want you to show you their bank account. Niggas gonna be like, let me see that withdrawal you just made, so you could stand on that and get into this trading conversation. Right? Niggas is show me type niggas. So you're then have to go into your email address and show your most recent withdrawal to argue with these anti-intellectuals. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, this shit to me is very clearly a psyop. And if I participate in this retarded shit, then I'm a free agent. No conversation online should a nigga be arguing with another black person about where they from. That's the dumbest conversation that I have ever participated in. The dumbest conversation I've ever participated in. And the only reason why, like I said, I participated in it was because back in the game, I used to be an Aboriginal. So I felt like I had some type of insight to the conversation. So I'm like, bro, if I got a little bit of insight into this convo, let me help some of these people in their way because I used to be them. And like I said, I can learn how to communicate and deal with people who derail conversations and shit like that. But what ended up happening was I just got a headache. You feel me? I just got a goddamn a cussing problem because I done picked back up cussing heavily. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas turned me into chain smokers because I'm smoking 5 and 6 grams of bubble a day to argue with y'all niggas. That shit ain't on my horizon no more, bro. This morning, I closed out on my trade and I went live. Yesterday, I closed out on my trade and I hit the panel. I'm not doing dumb shit for free no more. And I'm definitely not running content for niggas who can't think of content on their own. That's another reason why I don't go over to the Aboriginal Power channel unless YK tag me and say he over there, or somebody tag me and say they over there. There's no point in me going over there because them niggas is fiending for content. They're playing other people's videos who are grifters. A nigga like Tariq, who just got sued and acting like he didn't have to pay what he had to pay. All this goofy shit, niggas are turning around and tell you off code because you not online with them niggas chronically arguing about dumb shit. No. I'm taking back my sovereignty, right? As you niggas like that word. I'm taking back my sovereignty, nigga. And on top of that, I'm not going for none of the diasporic bullshit. All that goddamn prove to me I'm an African, prove to you you're a Pan-African. You niggas don't have the answers. You never had them. But like I said, what you're doing is you're forcing me to go look up shit from the 15 and 1600s when I could be keeping tabs on what the charts is doing. I could be keeping tabs on what new AI is about to drop so I can invest in it. I could be using all of this time. Day trading is the wave, gang. Like I said, I allowed people to pivot me off of what I was already doing, but in an attempt to grow, you know what I'm saying, my portfolio, or grow what I had going on. Like I said, I used to day trade and I used to live off the proceeds. I don't assume that that's gonna be, you know what I'm saying, in my cards, here recently. I mean here in the future. But that's how I was living. Right? I would literally live off my trades. If I made 1,700 that week, I had to figure out how to budget it because I'm finna withdraw the whole 1,700. And nigga, next week I'm banking on whatever I made so that goddamn me I could hit. So I'm spending all my time, like I said, trading and trying to keep the money that I just traded with. So I figured in this next phase in life, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna make sure I got money coming in and I'm gonna trade. So that's what I did when I was like, you know what, let me go ahead and start my, you know what I'm saying, my Sprinter van business. Let me get some money coming in, right? So that when I go back to trading, I'm not living off my trades, right? I can use the trades to reinvest. I might use the trades to go down and go to Orlando and shit like that. But if a nigga is just living off his trade, I didn't have the capital to be doing that. You know what I'm saying? They got like 20, 30,000 in the account. I'm trying to live off that shit, trade with the same money, balance it. Like it was just, it got to the point where it wasn't manageable. It got to the point where it wasn't really manageable. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm living, I'm trying to live within my means, But at the same time, and it's the only income. It's being spread across different things. Then it's like, it start to drop. You feel me? So I'm like, you know what? At the end of the day, like I said, I'm gonna switch my business model. I need multiple streams coming in. That way, this trading income, I'm not just spending it on bills. I'm not just spending it on weed. You feel me? So that's what I'm at with it. You know what I'm saying? Yesterday I hit for 608. I closed out for 608. Today I had a light day. I only closed out on $89, but I was down like 180. You feel me? So that type of shit, way more beneficial. I will. I'm getting back into my bag. I'm getting back into my element. Only thing I really focus on before I met an Aboriginal was the financial industry, the political space, and black intellectualism. That's the only fucking thing I even gave about. That's the only reason why niggas even came across the radar was because I was already on my pro-black shit. So because I'm watching clips, I'm in my pro-black space, the algorithm freaked you niggas into my face. Meanwhile, I don't give a fuck about this shit. Didn't give a fuck about it since 2016 when I used to be that shit. Right? I used to sit around and think that Atlanta was Atlantis. I used to sit around and think that what else? What else these goofies think I used to believe? Because a lot of that shit you niggas believe I never believed. But a lot of that shit I heard. But I used to believe India superior and India inferior. I used to believe this place was India superior in 2015. I used to believe they was looking for Prester John and the Fountain of Youth was in Kansas, in Wichita. I used to believe all that goofy shit before there was an Aboriginal. Before there ever was an Aboriginal, I used to believe all that goofy shit. That's why I know where niggas is going. That's why I know all the Anatoly Flamenco babble, because I was once that nigga. So what I gotta go back in the vault for and argue with my past self? That don't make sense, nigga. Y'all niggas is older versions of me in the past. Why am I arguing with a 53-year-old version of myself from 2015? It's not beneficial any longer. And it took me a minute to realize it. But once I realized, I moved on. And when I moved on, niggas like AP start feeling some type of way because they can't use a nigga for content. Even this conversation that the nigga is having with YK, he acting like now he finna have a debate with YK. Who pushes the white man's agenda? Is it CIA? I mean, is it the Pan Africans or is it the Pan Africans or is it the Aboriginals? So I'm sitting back and I'm like, bruh, not only did Not a Coincidence just press you about this conversation 2 weeks ago, like literally 2 weeks ago, Not a Coincidence pressed you about this exact topic. I did a live stream on it, reacting to it. Sean P reacted to it. And I'm sitting back like, you niggas, y'all take conversation that we initiate. That same conversation that Not a Coincidence was pressing you about, I tried to get Truth 111 to have a debate 2 years ago about it. Who pushes the white man's agenda? Is it you niggas or is it Pan-Africanism? Truth ran from that debate. It's been 2 years. They tabled that conversation and they ran propaganda. And then guess what? Not a Coincidence pressed the nigga 2 weeks ago. Nothing to talk about. Now, because I've been running this campaign, calling him a CIA free agent, and pressing every Aboriginal I see on every panel about the 14th Amendment and about you niggas are now emphatically free agents, it's clear as day. Now that I'm pressing that line and you've already ran from Not a Coincidence on that conversation, you now come outside to have the conversation with YK. You see what type of pressure we apply to you niggas? Do you see how it's a waste of time for me because we are clearly shaping and controlling conversations? So what the fuck am I gonna sit on your panel for and give you all the content when we creating and controlling what the fuck y'all talk about for the last 2 years? So bet if I finally see that the Pan Africans we got the ball and we controlling and dictating conversations, fuck it. I'm talking about trading, man. I'm talking about trading. Watch how many people pivot to fucking economic advisors. Watch how many people pivot to being political commentators. Watch it happen in real time. And I'm not trying to say this shit to brag and boast like, oh, niggas is copying off me. I can see the tea leaves. I'm reading the tea leaves. So niggas just be behind the Powerball. So when niggas see, oh, damn, luck was on point. Let me go do something in the variation of like that in the same vein. It because, nigga, it took your ass long enough before you finally fucking realize what I've been saying. Right? I've been saying you niggas is CIA agents. I've been saying y'all pushing the white man agenda for over 2 years. Over 2 years I've been saying this. Can't get a debate with a nigga. So now that Aboriginal power has come outside, you fucked up. YK is extremely thorough. See, my conversation points, I'm hitting you niggas square in the mouth. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna be no no extra combination, no 3, 4, 5 different jabs. My shit very straightforward, brute force type shit. I'm not going in the weeds. I got a couple clips, but I'm dealing with common sense with you idiots, right? YK gonna take your words and show you exactly what you saying is white. YK gonna fuck this nigga up. YK is way too polished, way too thorough in his research and his methodology and the way that he puts his presentation together. He done fucked up. He should have took the debate with me. He might have had a chance, nigga. YK is not gonna leave no stone unturned fucking off. And that's what need to be had. And after YK have this debate, and I'm continuing my conversations, there is no point to talk to Aboriginal ever again. These niggas don't have no real content. They run around and they rework shit we teach them. They run around and they rework shit that we teach them. That's why they beg us to continue to bring forth new information for them. Niggas ask me all the time, why come I don't go into all the deep African history about Florida? Because you niggas will just take everything I give you, rework it, and make a new narrative that I'm gonna have to derail because I gave you the information. I'm not doing that shit, bro. I'd much rather pivot and talk about right-wing imploding, the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene has left Congress, she has left the MAGA base, the fact that this white guy named Clavulaker, or however you say this little weirdo's name, the manosphere has imploded. Okay, I would rather talk about those topics. I'd rather talk about the fact that the manosphere was created and originated by old men who could not hold a woman in their presence. And so you got these old ass niggas who can't keep a woman in their presence, teaching young people who can't get women how to keep a woman. You got niggas with 4 and 5 divorces, niggas who never been married, telling little kids who never had sex with a woman before how to interact. Then that turns into a 15-year-old still being a virgin, turning into an incel and being a weirdo. That 15-year-old grows up, has body dysmorphia, and that shit turns into what they're now calling looks maxing, right? Which is just a fancy term for body dysmorphia. Motherfucking males who are breaking their jaws, doing jaw exercises, taking testosterone at teenage years to try to quote unquote looks max. To try to quote unquote looks max. Right? They don't care about the talking points of the right wings no more. The right wing has literally imploded. They're now participating in looks maxing and telling people that they would rather vote for Gavin Newsom because he's a 6'3" Chad and JD Vance is a fat, sloppy subhuman who married an Indian. This is what they're saying online, actively, currently, right now. This is the climate of the youth in America. And there's plenty of young blacks following behind them in the same footsteps. Because I hate to break it to you, but just like them young whites ain't got no hoes, it's a lot of young niggas out here with no hoes to speak of, right? And it's a pandemic or it's an epidemic of niggas who don't know how to get laid. And so they watch people who have never gotten laid tell them how to get laid. They're sitting around listening to Nick Fuentes, a virgin. They're listening to a 28-year-old virgin named Nick Fuentes tell them and give them their social cues on if women should be voting or not, if men should be doing X, Y, and Z. I'm sorry, dude, but I'm not taking my social cues and my intellectual cues from a 28-year-old virgin. I wouldn't do it if I was a kid. I'm definitely not doing it as a fucking adult. We the same age and you ain't never laid nothing down? No, brother, we can't talk about nothing. You're an incel. I understand why you want the world to end. You ain't had no box yet. I know why you want the world to end, my nigga. You have not had the pleasure of a young lady. So yeah, you don't care about nothing. You ain't got a job, you ain't got no girlfriend. You're ready to end it all. You're ready to change this whole thing. And that's what that accelerationism is about. That's why these white nationalists, or let me focus up. These white ethno nationalists, right, Ogun, right, Ogun, right. We on the same page. We on the same page. So this dude right here, y'all, they taking social cues. They taking social cues from people who have never done the things that they want to do in life, right? And that's this whole influencer economy. That's this attention economy. That's this anti-intellectualism. It's all wrapped up into why the right is imploding, right? Because they literally somehow feel that accelerating the ending of Western society will then bring back white supremacy. Their whole play is an ethno state. That's why they hate Israel so much, because Israel executed their ethno state to a T. Niggas have not realized they still running behind using echoing the same sentiments like white people and Jews ain't the same thing. Jews are, as Elon Musk called them, peak whites. That's exactly what Elon Musk called. And Elon Musk says he's a white supremacist. He literally tweeted it out yesterday. Right? All these people have been saying what they're wanting to say. JD Vance just came out on Fox News and said he will no longer apologize for being white. Again, these narratives, they're not talking to me and you. They're talking to the 16-year-old white dude. They're talking to the 13-year-old white girl. And they're trying to radicalize them. And they are, in fact, accomplishing just that. With, like I said, the evidence being this white streamer, Clavuliker, whatever his name is, he's one of the most famous streamers on Kick and TikTok. And he's a fucking weirdo. He every day, all he do is talk about doing testosterone and fucking and looks maxing. He literally said that, like, bro, and then this is the homoeroticism of the right as well. These dudes literally said they will vote for Gavin Newsom because he's a 6'3" attractive white guy with a hot wife. And they're not gonna vote for JD Vance because he's a fat subhuman. That's literally what they call him. So if they're looking at a white guy who marries outside of his race as subhuman, what are they looking at your black ass as? And you talking about you a Republican? You talking about you a conservative? It don't add up. You're holding water. You're trying to get views. You don't really think that way, because if you did any looking into what's going on, you'll know. I agree, man. I gotta agree. All of that shit is weird. All of that shit is weird. But this is what I'm saying. They're controlled by people who don't even haven't even accomplished what they're looking to do. But I see the same things happening, because what I said is they have been demoralized and dehumanized. So from their vantage point, you know what I'm saying, they felt like just waking up, they should get the the best job, right? They should get the fancy car. They should get the bad girl. But because they have to actually work to obtain these things, they feel like they've been disenfranchised. Meanwhile, niggas, we done had to work for everything we ever had. My mama told me you got to be 10 times as good as your counterpart. She always told me that, right? She said you gotta do stuff 10 times as good. Don't worry about what the next man is doing and what the next man is getting, because you gonna have to work harder, son. This is what my mama always told me. So we knew growing up we had to work hard to get what we needed. You thought you was gonna wake up, the world was gonna open up its arms to you and give you everything you want because you're white and you're 6'1". But when the hoes don't want you and you can't get a job, now you're blaming DEI and black guys taking all the white girls. It's like literal same conversations. And then you turn around and you look in the black spaces with the niggas who can't keep their wives, and they having the same conversation. Well, maybe we shouldn't be with black women. Maybe we should just get us an Asian. Maybe we should go overseas. All of this shit is like people not dealing with the root of the problem. And it's just a lack of self-awareness and a lack of being accountable, bad emotional intelligence. Right? Women said niggas was being too misogynistic, and the way to combat that was to tell their ass, get in the kitchen, bitch. Like, how does that tell me how that equates to meeting motherfuckers in the middle? All they do is create more misogynism, right? And create environments where a nigga could say, yeah, my wife don't need to vote, I'm gonna vote. This is what they trying to usher back in with this whole fake trad wife movement, with the looks maxing, with the black fatigue, all this anti-intellectual talking points that they running. They are accelerating the decline of Western society, and that is their goal. Niggas think, whoa, this shit right here, how is this gonna work? They're not worrying about it working. They're trying to accelerate the decline of Western society, right? And as a nigga, we call up in, do we want that bit to decline and start over or what? Me personally, I'm not so much as an anti-accelerationist as I'm noticing these accelerationists want an ethno state. So I'm not gonna co-sign accelerationism to produce an ethno state that they don't want me in. That would be, again, holding water for these folks. But let me see if the clip will work with Yodi and Nati. And if this clip don't work, then I'm gonna just get on the desktop. I should have been. Matter of fact, let me load the desktop up just in case this shit don't work. Let me go ahead and turn my computer on and get this bitch ready just in case this video don't play. Hold on one second. I do got a
What up,
question for you.
Lucky, what up, my nigga?
What makes you feel like Pan-Africanism is victimhood? Can you break that down for me?
Because and this is respectfully, bro. No disrespect to Pan Africans. They're intelligent people. So don't take anything what I'm saying wrong, because I know where you about to go, right? Let me say that first. Disclaimer, right? Now, let me answer your question. Because the reason why I say that, because Pan Africans are using a historical shit that never happened. To say that so let me use an example. You're saying that your great, if not you, Lucky, but I'm saying it, I'm generalizing, right? Any Pan-African that say that your great grandparents was raped, robbed, put on a ship, stacked on top of each other, came over from another continent to another continent, and that's how we got here. That's the victimhood, bro.
Okay. So the story behind Africans being in the transatlantic slave trade, you would assume that is a victim story. You say that the people that was in the trade,
based on the narrative,
based on the narrative,
yes.
Okay, all right, perfect. So that's a lot of reasons why I think we be having a lot of discourse when we be talking, and it be getting so contentious, right? Because a lot of the times, the not a coincidences, the true historians, we try to show Black Americans in a positive light, right? Regardless of the quote unquote narrative. So that's why we find instances where the Congolese is fighting back, and we find instances of, and we talk about and we highlight slave revolts, and we highlight the fact that the only reason why these white folks was even okay with trying to get rid of this shit was because niggas was fucking up everything. Niggas was raiding plantations, niggas was killing white folks, niggas was fucking up money. So the only and to the point where Abraham Lincoln said, once we get these niggas free, let's send their ass to motherfucking Mexico. Just get them out the paint. So for that whole little concept of Pan-Africanism being victimhood, I think that what people are taking as a victim mentality is the people who use slavery as their entire story. And I got a problem with that as well. You see what I'm saying, Yodi? I hear you. I don't like that type because like I come from the crypto space like before I ever talked to any of you niggas, I used to go back and forth. I used to sell my content and I used to talk crypto and we used to discuss what was going to be the next wave. And I used to deal with the same shit in that space with black people who used to hold Twitter spaces and try to guilt trip white people into buying their artwork just because they're black. And I hated that shit. I'm like, nigga, nobody give a fuck if you're a black creator and you made the first black NFT. Bitch, if it's garbage, I'm not buying it. So, like I said, I don't. That to me would be victimhood or it'd be a victim mentality. But I don't see that as Pan-Africanism. I see that as people who using the slave trade as their identity.
And that's victimhood, look. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's not a Pan-African actually talks about fighting, right? Everybody that I know that's a Pan-African has become a lazy term for anybody who think that they people come from Africa.
Can I interject for 1 second, bro? Let me ask you a question on that. What you just talking right now, right? You said Pan-Africans is based on Pan-African ideology as a whole. I'm not saying specifically. Of course, there's little everybody that are not. Just like everybody on the, I'm not an Abo. People put me in the Abo community, right? Luck, but I don't speak for Abos. So what I mean is, even though we agree, my ideology agrees with Abo ideology. Whatever I say, I'm not speaking for the generalization of the Abo community. You see where I'm going with this? So my point is this, right? When I say Pan-Africans is victimhood, right? It's a generalization, bro. Right? Yes, individuals may have different ideologies on their Pan-Africanism. I'm just using that term loosely, right? But all I'm saying is that don't mean that it doesn't stem from a victimhood situation where the history of African or Pan-Africanism is based on, I'm paraphrasing right now, pale-skinned people kidnapping or black, let's say black people
So I knew that was finna happen. Good thing I went over and cut my computer on. So I got my computer on. Next time I share my screen, I'm just gonna do it from the desktop. Right? I had to go grab my setup and move it to the cat room so I can watch my son and do this content. Let me hold on. Let's pull this video up. But as you can see, I'm just talking with Yodi, right? Hold on, let me log into my computer. So as I said, I was just talking with Yodi, right? So I'm talking to Yodi and I'm asking him a simple question because I came up for one specific reason. He claimed that Pan-Africanism was victimhood. And I asked him, I said, Yodi, what makes Pan-Africanism victimhood? And we got to the crux of what he was calling Pan-Africanism and what it was that he was considering victimhood, right? And he thought that, and I don't know if I caught that, I don't know if I played that part of the conversation, but I asked him, did he feel shame from learning about transatlantic slavery, right? I asked him, did he feel shameful behind that? And he said yes. So this is the root of the problem, right? We in school we were taught a narrative that everybody agrees that the mainstream narrative leaves out all of the good information, right? The victors tell the story, so they leave out all the good information, right? So with all that being said, he established that the reason why he associates victimhood with Pan-Africanism is because he associates Pan-Africanism with the transatlantic slave trade. And so when I said the comment to him that my problem with is people who make their whole identity the slave trade, I'm actually indirectly speaking about Yodi, because Yodi doesn't realize it, but that's where he starts all his conversations around, right? Even his hatred for Pan-Africanism is predicated on how he felt as a kid about learning about slavery. And this is where this is the root of it, right? And this is why I said it makes sense about why we have these conversations every day and why I will no longer have them, is because this is untapped childhood trauma. This is people who did not fix the stuff that hurt them as a kid, right? And I'm not trying to belittle Yodi because I actually fuck with Yodi. That's why I wanted to ask Yodi the question, because I feel like Yodi would be honest with a nigga, right? So when I'm asking Yodi this question, it's not to catch him and make fun of him for saying that he's shameful and he got a victim mentality. It's to show him that he does have that victim mentality, but it's also to show him that Pan-Africanism don't have shit to do with that victimhood mentality that you have bestowed upon it. Right? Let me pull my YouTube up. 'Cause my son then came in here with he didn't came in here with number blocks on 1,000%. So I'm finna have to mute up and communicate with him about why he needs to turn that down. But before we do that, let me get my queue loaded up, because I got a bunch of videos I was gonna play. I haven't played really any of them because I've been on the laptop. But like I said, I got the desktop lined up now. I'm pulling up these playlists right now, and I'm gonna get into my bag, right? Because the right is imploding. These fake trad wives, who really is hookers and former race mixers, right? I'm gonna show all like I said, I got a lot of content I really wanted to get into, but it just that laptop derailed everything I had going. I wanted to talk DEI, I wanted to talk to Rod. Matter of fact, let's go with my dog Juju Almighty while I'm rolling up and telling my son to relax with this loud ass shit. Right? I just like I said, I wanted to play that about Yodi. I'm gonna get back to that in a second. But Yodi made it very clear. He ties Pan-Africanism to slavery, and he feels shame for the story of slavery. And that's why I say it's important to learn the real, learn about all the revolts, learn about how great we are as a people, learn about what we did from 1860 all the way up until 1940, 1950, culminating in the civil rights movement in the 60s, and how we was really peaking in the 70s before they hit us with all that shit they hit us with. So that's the type of conversation I really want to have. And that's why every time I talk to these niggas, I say, why do we go a million years in the past? Why don't we talk about 80 years ago? Because 80 years ago, we could highlight all the beautiful black people and what they were doing. We could highlight the cities that was created. We could highlight the roads that was paved. We could highlight the rail car companies. We could highlight the schools. We could highlight the educators, the teachers. We could highlight all these doctors, all these lawyers, all these millionaires that was made fresh out of slavery. We could highlight all that stuff and be proud about that stuff and stand on that. But instead, we're going back to slavery, starting our story with that and being shameful for it. And that's the concept of the conversation that we have every day with these niggas, right? Even the niggas who claim that they're not against it, their whole premise is I'm not being no African. I'm not tying myself to no slave story. That's a victimhood mentality. No, nigga, you're a victim because you felt shame learning about your history and you never went into it and learned about it for real. So instead, you just internalized, which is like I showed niggas before. You have internalized oppression. You internalized your oppression, and now it's rearing its ugly head in your late 30s, early 40s, early 50s, where you just want to be anti-black, anti-intellectual because you have internalized your oppression. Niggas have called you an African booty scratcher your whole life because you was a dark-skinned man, and now that you're an older person, you're calling other people African booty scratchers. I didn't grow up in the 80s, but my mama told me this, right? My mama told me about all this shit, about because she grew up in Decatur in the 80s, bro. She know about all this shit. How niggas used to call, because she's a dark skinned woman, niggas used to do all that type of stuff. Black people used to call her names, call her African, call her all of these different things, make fun of her because she was dark skinned. So because all this shit happened in the 80s and people really went through that stuff, Now they're in their early 40s and their early 50s and they haven't recovered, right? My mama did the groundwork. She did the leg work, right? And she made sure to even tell me about it. Like, hey, bro, like your mama went through a lot because she was dark skinned. So don't you be out here perpetuating none of that shit. Don't you be out here making fun of nobody for no color of their skin, whether it be light or dark. Don't you make fun of nobody because they mom is white and your mom ain't. Don't play into none of that stuff. That's how my mama raised me. Right? That's how my mama raised me. And so that's I'm gonna get my message out regardless of if it's 3 niggas in there or if it's 58 elbows. Right? But that's what I'm saying. I refuse to be held to a crowd. I refuse to be beholden to a chat. And I refuse to let people who are anti-intellectual control my narratives. Niggas who don't care about nothing. Right. I don't know how a POW is a victim of, but they don't know the history. They're going off of everything that they learned about slavery in the 7th grade, because that's what it is. So that's when they internalized their oppression in the 7th grade, when they felt shame, and they have never recovered. So let me like I said, I'm on the desktop now. So let me go ahead and get into my shit now that I've successfully ran off all the abo stragglers. Hold up 1 second. Let me shut this tab. Now that I've effectively ran off all the abos. I'm not looking for friends. I'm not looking for none of that shit that niggas be over here looking for. I hate to break it to them. And I don't care how a nigga feel about me.
Weeks on it. One of the strangest trends that I've seen lately is celebrities and influencers that are people of color idolizing Adolf Hitler.
I like Hitler. I do not. The Holocaust is not what happened. Let's look at the facts of that. And Hitler has a lot of redeeming qualities.
Nigga, Heil Hitler. Heil Hitler. Do you know nobody had any negative feedback about it?
I think one of the most lied about figures in history. I definitely think by far one of the most lied about figures in history.
And praising the Nazis.
You know, I'm kind of thinking we should bring the Nazi salute back.
With conservatives actively trying to rewrite history.
We have seen the very words used to describe Black Americans' experience with slavery and discrimination erased from federal recognition. We have seen websites purged of Black people's contribution to this country.
It's insane that I even have to say this. Nazis were evil. They were racist, genocidal, warmongering, ultra-nationalists whose whole ideology was built on ethnic cleansing and racial superiority.
In 1935, the Nazis passed a series of notoriously racist laws called the Nuremberg Laws, which stripped Jews of their German citizenship, removed all of their political rights, and legally institutionalized their persecution.
And then within a few years, Nazis were hunting down Jewish men, women, and children, brutally murdering them, then dumping their bodies into mass graves.
In towns and villages occupied by the German army, German military and police units, Nazi soldiers, often with the help of local collaborators, rounded up men, women, children, and the elderly, took them to mass graves, and shot them to death, murdering roughly 2 million Jews within just a few years.
They systematically forced families into overcrowded ghettos where they starved and...
Let me adjust the hang on 1 second. Let me adjust the settings. It's playing on 720. It don't really need to. It's kind of making it skip a little bit. Like I said, I'm dealing with connectivity issues today. I'm trying to go live at the same time. My girl, she do work from home, so it's a lot of and I thought I had the game and Wi-Fi. I don't know what's going on. The nigga got 2 routers, the game and Wi-Fi package, and I'm still struggling. But that's what happens when you live in the fucking sticks. It take a nigga 15 minutes to get to the gas station. Legitimate. Well, I give it about 8 minutes. It take a nigga about 8 minutes to get to the nearest gas station.
Died of disease before deporting them to death camps.
Jews were sent in cattle cars to places like Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka, forced into chambers they were told were showers, and gassed to death. This assembly line of mass murder continued for years, with thousands of Jews murdered every day.
But for some reason, these weird, awkward, goofy red pill MAGA alpha male conservatives are obsessed with bigging up Hitler and bringing Nazis back, as if black people wouldn't have been next on the Nazi extermination list. But I'm Jew, welcome to the channel. Please like and share the video. Don't forget to sub. Now, let's get into it.
My heart goes out to all of you. You know, I'm kind of thinking we should bring the Nazi salute back, because the people we've been arguing with for the last 4 years have no interest in objective truth.
Andrew Tate is and has always been super corny to me. Him, just like the red pill is whole, fresh and fit, became super mega popular during the pandemic when there were so many people feeling lost and desperate, just trying to find something to believe in. And people found Andrew Tate, who convinced him that he was the alpha male to follow, that he's what a man should be. But he really had lost young men who didn't know themselves yet hadn't matured into who they would be, follow him, buy into him, and get indoctrinated into the alpha male red pill conservative rabbit hole. The new phenomenon of people of color becoming Nazis is not only gross, but just stupid and bizarre. It is really bizarre because you are everything that the Nazis hated. Hitler would have fried Tate like a country steak and laughed to Goebbels about it right afterwards. Hitler despised black people, who Nazis believed were subhuman monstrosities. And for people like Andrew Tate and Sneeko, who are both mixed, who have black fathers, it's even more ridiculous that Hitler is a historical figure that they get on their knees for.
The reason they fear nationalism when white people get banded together is because they apply it to World War II. They say, well, white nationalists do what Hitler did because he was a white nationalist.
We don't have to apply anything to World War II. People in this country have experienced white supremacy throughout our entire existence. And it wasn't that long ago that black people were fighting, marching, dying, bleeding for civil rights, for the right to vote. So we know recent memory what white supremacy looks like and feels like, what white Christian nationalism
Let me reshare the tab. So shout out to Juju, right? He's going in right now, talking about Tate, talking about these manosphere mixed race weirdos. That's why I said what I said. Like, bro, it's too many light skinned niggas that's giving us a bad name right now. So I speak up. I gotta get my name in there. I gotta get my voice out there. Niggas like me and Juju gotta speak. Right? Because niggas are confused. Juju, like, oh, Juju might be with Sneeko and them boys. Juju ain't with that shit, man. My nigga Ju is not with that bullshit. I ain't with that bullshit. Hail Hitler. That shit is goofy. But again, this is rage bait, anti-intellectual behavior. Let me get back into the video.
The Nazis, when other people get together and they're nationalistic, it's not.
Because nobody else has controlled America. Nobody has the power in this country except for white men. So when black people talk about black pride and being proud of being black, we're proud of who we are and what we persevere through as a people to be here. It's not us hating anybody else. Meanwhile, white supremacy is all about hating everybody else and controlling power and putting themselves at the top of whatever power structure. That's the problem with white supremacy and white pride. And again, a mixed guy supporting white supremacy and white Christian nationalists. That would not include him. Nazi ideology explicitly taught that blackness polluted racial purity and that interracial relationships were war crimes against nature. So they didn't even believe people like Andrew Tate and Sneeko should exist. But even with that, these doofuses are really online trying to normalize Nazism in the United States of America in 2025. The first person and probably the biggest black name that we saw go this far-right conservative to Hitler was a good guy route was Kanye. But he really got indoctrinated by Nick Fuentes, who you can basically see as like the gateway to supporting Nazis and loving Hitler.
Buddy, it's Führer Friday. It is Hitler Friday. Shut up. It is Heil Hitler Friday. Heil Hitler, all my Nazis.
Hitler was a and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really cool. So, you know, time to grow up.
Because it's really not a coincidence that he has relationships with Sneeko and Myron, who espouse the same I love Nazis, they weren't that bad bullshit.
That's right. You're not Hitler. You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, I see good things about Hitler also. The Jew, I love everyone. I'm done with the classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table. Especially Hitler.
Especially Hitler is crazy work. Before the richest man in the world and the president were both racist Nazis, conservatives like this couldn't just come outright and say they loved Hitler and they supported the Nazis. Because in a normal world, that would be batshit crazy to say. But I think we can all agree we are not in a normal world right now. From them trying to erase black history to Vance making pro-white, be white and proud, don't apologize for whiteness speeches.
In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore.
Just last week, Ye and Fuentes attended a dinner hosted by former President Donald Trump at his Mar-a-Lago resort and home.
Nick Fuentes is a racist, an anti-Semite, and someone who revels in just saying hateful, bigoted things against Jews and other minorities.
Crazy how so much can change in a few years, because everything he said is why Nick Fuentes was banned everywhere. And just a few years later, Nick Fuentes, I think, is unbanned everywhere and one of the most popular conservatives in the world. Look at Nick Fuentes grinning. This is his message. This is his love of Hitler and the Nazis, which he still says to this day. And he's influencing one of the most influential artists and rappers in history to become pro-Nazi and pro-Hitler.
I'm not trying to be shocking. I like Hitler. I do not. The Holocaust is what happened. Let's look at the facts of that. And Hitler has a lot of redeeming qualities.
Which is crazy because he really rode for black people at one point.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
For me, I knew what time it was with Kanye when he said slavery was a choice.
You hear about slavery for 400 years? For 400 years, that sounds like a choice. Like, you was there for 400 years and it's all of y'all?
And I really do think if Kanye didn't go that route, I don't think we would have seen people like Sneeko and Andrew Tate idolizing Hitler or the Nazis. Which perfectly segues to Sneeko, who basically went from a creative art kid YouTuber to falling down the RedPill conservative MAGA rabbit hole.
Do you consider wearing a outfit teasing a man?
Yeah. All men end up ugly? Nah! This is why we need to body shame more. Look, bro, come on. Look at her. That shit doesn't make you mad.
Even really cares.
They men ended up ugly.
All of these alpha male guys, I know Sneeko isn't in that alpha male realm anymore, but it's so funny that they do all of this talking and teaching, telling guys how to be masculine and act, when they act like the biggest immature goofball ass kids in the world.
To understand that perspective, if you're going to use that as an argument, you can't just shut him out and say, nope, understand everyone's perspective but this one guy.
I understand Hitler.
Literally, with Sneeko refusing to even say Hitler was a bad guy because the conservative.
I don't mean to cut Jew off, but y'all go subscribe to Jew. He makes great content. I'm already subbed up to him. Let me like this video. Y'all go subscribe to Jew Almighty. His channel is rising. He's up at 74K, pushing 75K now. This video is called the Disturbing Rise of Black Nazis. Y'all go and tap in on that. It's a hell of a good video. I don't want to play the whole video right now. He was doing his thing right there. I already played Ibrahim. Right, I played Ibrahim. Let's play this white man talking about blacks. Let's play this right here.
Were with stolen land. The society that put them on the bottom of the high
lady to move to a different country. Why are you staying here, young 10-year-old, very intelligent-looking young lady, a black young lady who will not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance in her classroom? She doesn't want to stand up because apparently she believes that black Americans need a lot more to be done in this country. You know what I believe, Cornell? And I know you supported her publicly. I think at 10 years old, she has no real understanding of what America is. So I wonder if her parents have sat her down and explained what Americans have given their lives, white, black, red. It doesn't make any difference. They stood and they fought and they died for this country, and she doesn't want to do anything to honor them?
She comes from a family of military service members. Her father's a retired military service member also who served this nation well with great dignity.
Good.
Her mother's a very intelligent woman. What white people need to understand
Just
is that,
white people?
Yes, please. Let me explain. That national anthem was written by Francis Scott Key, a slave owner who demonized and hated black slaves and black people. Go research the third verse where he says, there's no refuge in this country for the hireling or the slave. Both should be turmoil to the grave.
How's her parents do it?
This is a man
Are they successful?
that promised turmoil for black people to the grave. Would you ask Jewish children to say a pledge to a German anthem that disrespects Jewish people?
If they're
No, you
living
would
in
not.
Germany,
No,
sure.
you would not.
Well, sure.
That disrespects Jewish people?
Then
No.
why
course not.
You certainly can kneel down. In America, you have the right to do that.
America looked at the same way at Rosa Parks when she refused to get up and give up her seat to a white man on the bus. But history vindicated her. History vindicated her. America demonized Harriet Tubman for freeing slaves from slavery, but history vindicated her. So I say to that young girl, you stand strong, stand for what you believe in, and to all of those who are too coward to do it, don't get in that young girl's way. Others like her, support that young girl.
What would you like her to say?
Shout out to that. Yeah, I like to tap in on those too, Ogo. I ain't know the brother. I ain't know who passed away. The white dude, not Quinnell. Like I like to watch their interactions. He always would get that perspective that niggas need it. You know what I'm saying? He always get that perspective that niggas need, because a lot of times people don't hear this part out loud. Y'all subscribe to my dog. I ain't even sold up to Eugene from Kenya. I done watched a lot of his content too. Y'all subscribe to my dog Eugene from Kenya. He be having all the clips. He'd go through and get them TikTok clips. He got another clip of Cornell. I don't mean to disrespect this sister here, because she did make a decent little point, but I really want to focus on two clips from this.
Even the white people have
defends Mexicans and Native Americans.
Told everybody that I'm in remission. I am cancer free, and I want to thank everybody that has prayed for me, that has come up to me and been so kind to me. And you know what? The immigrant-free day. I think about these individuals. You know something? When you do what I did, when you work hard, when you do what you're told, when you go where you're supposed to go, and you pray to God, then good things happen. If one day you decide you're going to do none of those things, then what may happen is exactly what happened to these so-called immigrants, many of them illegal, who decided not to go to work a particular day to somehow get across some kind of message. They get fired the next day. Welcome to America.
Man, I am happy that you're in remission. To God be the glory. But it is amazing how you could beat cancer and be in remission and your heart still be so cold and hard. It is amazing how you would speak that way about immigrants when you call them so-called immigrants. You're right, they're so-called immigrants.
Some are illegal.
Because they're only coming back home. Texas, Arizona, and California were stole from the Mexicans. So they're so-called immigrants because they're coming back home. And when you speak about if you work hard and do the right thing and be good to people, well, guess what? That's not the history or the legacy of your ancestors.
You got to come through the front door.
White folk didn't come through the front door. White folk kicked open the back door and killed everything else in between to conquer America.
Well, why do you...
They were not good to people that they met. They didn't show hospitality to the
You're trying
to the
to
Indians.
avoid what we're talking about.
They didn't do that.
Here.
They weren't hospitable.
You're trying to avoid what we're talking about here, and you're going to go back 200-300 years.
What I'm trying to do...
Why don't we talk about what's taking place over the weekend?
What I'm trying to do is try to tell white people like you, stop throwing rocks at the immigrants when you all live in a glass house. You all didn't come to America the right way or the godly way.
Yes, you do. You do the things the correct way. And in 2017, the correct thing to do is come through the front door. And these are people that snuck in this country. And so
right there, he just hitting them with cold hard logic. And this is a conversation from 2017, which shows again these right-wing narratives have not changed. The great replacement theory has not changed. Anti-immigration sentiment has not changed. It's still wrapped around two demographics of people: the quote-unquote immigrant and the black. This is the number one target when it comes to right-wing policies. Their whole demographic gets riled up around 2 or 3 talking points. As long as it's anti-black, anti-immigration, and pro-white supremacists, the right wing will get around to supporting it. Right? But the right is imploding. Let's get into what's happening. Remember I talked about what's his name? Clavulaker or whatever that white boy name is. I'm gonna play this. The right, this is the youth. Okay.
You think he's fat? I would say he's a bigger guy for sure. He's just like
this This is Gen Z. This is the younger end of Gen Z on the right. Okay, I am considered Gen Z, unfortunately, but I barely made it. Right, I barely made it. So the niggas that's in my age range, you know what I'm saying, we don't really subscribe to a lot of that bullshit they got going on. But the younger edge, they are susceptible because they grew up on the internet, they grew up on Facebook, they are susceptible to low information. So watch what happens. This right here is Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles is a known talking head for the right wing. Clavulaker, or however you say this weirdo's name, is a new up-and-coming right-wing streamer. All right, they use words like looks maxing, giga chad, all these things is like chat room lingo to like a normal brain. It sounds crazy, but these are real terms that kids are now embracing. A giga chad is like an attractive white guy, I guess. I don't know, like giga chat, like the way they use these terms is so weird. He said Vance would he said Newsom would mog Vance. I'm like, what the fuck does mog mean? I had to look that up, and it basically was like, if you're more attractive than somebody, your aura. It's some weird ass gay shit. I'm not even gonna hold you. I don't even know how to get into the weeds about it. But let's just listen to the top MAGA host sends the Trump world into a full panic. Right? Let's just watch this video real quick, and let's listen to a right-wing conservative talking head speak to a young and up-and-coming right-wing streamer. Let's just hear the conversation.
You think he's fat?
I would say
he's a bigger guy for sure.
He's just like, it's just embarrassing. Like, how are you fat and you expect to like lead a country?
Folks, if the last election showed us anything, it's that the kids are not all right, but they are coming around. Despite young male voters going to MAGA in 2024, it seems like the hype has finally worn off. Gen Z is starting to figure out what a con man looks and sounds like, because instead of making America affordable again, all Trump did was make it harder to buy Christmas gifts this year. And it looks like they're finally putting two and two together. Understandable for a generation that's just out of grade school. As a cusper between millennials and Gen Z myself, I have seen how strangely conservative Gen Z has become. But I don't think that MAGA is prepared for how vapid they are too. Let me show y'all what I mean. You can support Really American by subscribing and leaving a comment to let us know you're here. This kid here is a Gen Z streamer named Clavicle or Clavicular. I think it's like vehicular manslaughter because he hit a guy with his car.
Oh my fuck.
Anyway, regardless, he's an up-and-coming influencer for Gen Z for some reason, and he stunned conservative commentator Michael Knowles here with his hilarious answer as to why he would vote for Gavin Newsom over J.D. Vance.
Yeah, but I mean, like this next election cycle, who's going to win? It's going to be Gavin Newsom against J.D. Vance because J.D. Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mugs.
J.D. Vance is subhuman?
Yeah.
Wait, what makes you say that?
He's got a very short total facial width to height ratio. He's obese, very recessed side profile, whereas Newsom is like 6'3" Chad.
So JD's very tall. JD's got to be
well, still,
6'2",
I mean,
6'3".
Gavin Newsom obviously mogs him to death.
So you're a Newsom head. You prefer Newsom to the vice president.
I'm just telling you who's going to win.
Do you prefer him
though? Honestly, it's hard to say, but Newsom being that much more of a mogger and like having a president who's like fat and especially that young.
You think I don't think he's fat.
I would say
he's a bigger guy for sure.
He's just like, it's just embarrassing. Like, how are you fat and you expect to like lead a country? You can't even be in shape, you know?
So let's say you got a vote. It's 2028.
I'm voting for Gavin Newsom.
You're voting for Gavin Newsom.
You can't be that subhuman.
So hold on. You got all right. Well, this actually is of a thread with the whole conversation because you look at these two candidates. You have Gavin Newsom, worst governor in the country. I think we would all agree. Destroyed his state, let its main city burn to the ground because of his incompetence, is a personal, complete derelict, liar, degenerate. But he is good looking. I'll grant you that he's good looking.
Yep.
And kind of looks like Patrick Bateman, American Psycho.
Hey.
And then you have this vice president to President Trump, the transformative right-wing president in our lifetimes, who, do you support Trump or no?
So let's focus up on this conversation right now. This right-wing host is talking to another fellow up-and-coming right-winger, Gen Z, especially in the last election, especially with all these podcasts and all the propaganda that they were entrenched in. They leaned to the right, right? The Republicans ran a tiring campaign, getting every podcaster that they could on their bandwagon, from Aiden Ross all the way down to fucking what's the motherfucker, the pod bros, the save what's it called, what's this shit called, Pod Save the World or some shit like that. All these different podcasts, and it has rotted the brain of the right wing, or has rotted the brain of the Gen Z youth. Now, the only thing that is left is attention-seeking weirdos who like their only claim to fame is using the N-word on stream and a bunch of kids liking it and retweeting it. Right? We now have an economy, a social economy that's based on how many views you get. It doesn't matter who's viewing it or what's viewing it, like a bot or a fucking 12-year-old. You now have social cachet based on how many views you can get and can garner. So somebody who is a racist and an idiot can get a segment on Piers Morgan because they got 50,000 kids that watch them on Kick. That's where we're at in society. And so now people are trying to take what people say seriously because they got a bunch of people watching them. Right? That's not a scale, or that's not a model that's scalable. I'm just being honest. That's not a model that's scalable. So they focus, Heru, their focus is to accelerate the decline of Western society. That is their goal. They feel as if these Gen Z whites, they feel like they were targeted by DEI. They feel like they were targeted, which I'm about to play a DEI clip in a second. So I'm finna show you how stupid these guys sound when they're trying to interact and argue about why they feel the way they feel. These people want to accelerate the fall of this country so that they can bring forth a white ethno state. If it sounds like fear mongering, don't be fearful. I'm merely reporting what is going on. All right. It's no need to be fearful. It's no need to consider it fear mongering. Just tap in and look at what I'm saying. Find out the cracks in the armor, just like I am. Right. This is what they're focusing on. This is why they're okay with pushing narratives and pushing the Overton window and lying about this and causing confusion, because their end goal is to topple the society that we have today and replace it with a more extreme version. Right? This is what they want. They feel like Negroes have gained too much ground on them. They feel like they gotta work too hard to get ahead, and they feel like all their hoes are fucking black guys. So in order to combat that, they are trying to dismantle the entire system. And they don't care who gets hurt around it. They're just looking for that Israel type status. They want a white state with a couple minorities, but the minorities better know their place. Oh, you say it is scalable? No, I'm saying on an individual's basis, it's not scalable. When I'm saying it's not scalable, I'm saying on an individual basis, scaling up into the realm in which they're trying to do. Yes, I agree. It is scalable as far as actually dismantling the West. Yeah, you can't monetize chaos. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that this model is not scalable in the form of a actual living and breathing and functioning society. This will actually develop into multiple civil war if it really goes the way they want it to go, which I don't think it will, because we do have a mediocre white problem. So as much as they want to get the shit done, they're sorry. They're garbage. They got low IQs. They don't have very much fervor, no mental fortitude, and they're weak. They got no backbone. So it will be hard for them to run their plan, right? They got the numbers and all that stuff, but they're still mediocre. They're, you know what I'm saying? They still suck. So they're only going to be able to get so far because they're going to get in their own way. They're going to fuck themselves over. You know what I'm saying? We see it all the time. So that's why I said earlier, I don't know if you just tapped in here, Ru. It's not so much that I'm anti-accelerationist, that I'm anti-white nationalist accelerationism, because they want to accelerate the West to implode into a more right-wing ethno state that's garnered around white supremacy. So if they have it their way, they will be more racist and they will be more bigoted, right? That's what they want. But like I said, they keep getting their own way. They are the mediocre whites. So as we're dealing with these mediocre whites, we do got to realize they will trip over their own shoelaces. You just got to set these niggas up and you got to be ready. So I ain't saying, like I said, accelerationism is bad, but niggas ain't ready for the acceleration. If we being honest, niggas is not ready for the acceleration. Yeah, January 6th proved they was stupid. So they got a mediocre white problem, just like we got a mediocre white problem. All that white supremacy they trying to get done, they got bad actors and sorry players. We call them niggas sorry 2K players and shit like that. They got sorry 2K players on their team, and they wonder why they can't never get nothing done. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I don't want to fear monger, but I do want to paint a brush over and put a light over what is actually happening with Gen Z and with these not little because they're growing, these streaming platforms, like the places like Kick, where only little kids watch. They're taking streaming platforms where only little kids watch, and they're paying people to go on and promote bullshit. Clavular or whatever, he is paid. All these streamers, they get paid to stream and say this stupid shit. They literally get paid. Aiden Ross got paid $100 and something million to go over to Kick and bring all the kids with them, right? They pay people, boost it up. The platform is literally, if you look into the numbers, it's all kids watching that platform, and everybody who on there is an older person whose content create grifting. They're playing little kid games. They're playing Minecraft, and they're talking about politics while they're playing Minecraft. Right? It's clear indoctrination. It's a clear attack on the youth. But this is the result of it. You now have a white guy who would rather vote for a Democrat because he's more handsome. What are you grooming over there on the right wing to where a white guy will vote for a different white person because he's more handsome? That to me is crazy. Nigga said, fuck all of the stats, fuck all of what he going against, fuck the fact that he's a Democrat and he's a super progressive, and he's in California, a state that everybody act like they don't want to be a part of. Fuck all that. He is now the #1 candidate because he looks cute. What are you talking about, dude? But this is the brain of the young Gen Z voter. This is what I mean when I say red pill to low information pipeline. These manosphere niggas have created and cultivated the low information sector of the internet. This is the underbelly of the internet. And the underbelly now has the spotlight, much like the underbelly of hip hop got the spotlight. And we can argue about who put the spotlight on what, but I'm telling you that the underbelly is now in the spotlight. So we're about to get the sexy reds. We about to get the NBA young boys. We about to get the Suki Hanas of the right-wing white MAGA coalition. And we're about to realize just how fucked up their culture is. Right? They're gonna have to come to grips with it eventually, or they're gonna implode from the inside. But listen to Clavular, who has been radicalized into idiotic talking points about looks maxing, giga chatting, and mogging. What the fuck is mogging? What does that mean? And why do you keep using it in a homoerotic way? Like, bro, what does that mean?
And like president who's like fat, and especially that young.
You think he's? I don't think he's fat.
I would say
he's a bigger guy for sure.
He's just like it's just saying like how you fat and you expect to like lead a country, you can't even be in shape, you know.
So you got, let's say you got a vote. It's 2028.
I'm voting for Gavin Newsom.
You're
Just
voting
like
for Gavin Newsom.
You can't be that. You can't be that subhuman.
So hold on. You got. All right. Well, this actually is of a thread with the whole conversation because you look at these two candidates. You have Gavin Newsom, worst governor in the country. I think we would all agree, destroyed his state.
I see we got a Suki sympathizer in the chat. Yeah. We got a Suki sympathizer in the chat, y'all. So y'all watch y'all the Suki disrespect. You know, Suki disrespect will not be tolerated in this live stream.
You have Gavin Newsom, worst governor in the country. I think we would all agree, destroyed his state, let its main city burn to the ground because of his incompetence, is a personal, complete derelict, degenerate. But he is good looking. I'll grant you that he's good looking. Yep. And kind of looks like Patrick Bateman, American Psycho. Hey. And then you have this vice president to President Trump, transformative right-wing president in our lifetimes. Who do you support Trump or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got this vice president handpicked by Trump, who is extremely, very right wing. I think he's a pretty good looking guy. I don't know. Maybe I guess you disagree. But he's all these things, checks all these boxes, would have all these great policies. And regardless, you're going to pick the pro mass migrant, pro trans, pro murder the babies, pro burn the cities to the pro BLM Democrat because he's skinnier than the conservative vice president.
100 times over.
Yeah. The kids are really that shallow. This is what happens when you court the dude bro aesthetics over substance mentality of like Andrew Tate and Pete Hegseth. Gen Z sees a pudgy, eye-lined J.D. Vance, and their brain just screams beta. Gavin Newsom, on the other hand, is such a Chad that he can't even stop himself from banging his friend's wife.
Want to make it clear that everything you've heard and read is true.
So I said to him, "No, Nigel, not without the brie."
Indubitably.
And you are?
Oh, don't worry. I'm basically one of you now.
How did you get in here? This soiree is for fancy real estate investors only.
Okay, but... and I am deeply sorry about that.
Unironically, when he finds out that Gavin Newsom had an affair with his campaign manager's wife, they'll only love him that much more. Trump and MAGA have groomed this generation to be as callous, immoral, and misogynistic as possible. But also, they've taught them that money is king. And that is where Trump fucked up most. Truth is, the younger half of Gen Z are even more likely to be conservative than the older cohort, like me. But the hype around bringing back being manly men, yeah, that only goes so far. When those bills start to show up, all of a sudden, college kids sober up real quickly. And it turns out they might be less conservative and more sick of being broke. Vox asked Yale youth pollster Milan Singh his thoughts on this divide. Here's what he said. This divide raises an even bigger question. Are these young men more likely to be persuaded to vote in a different way because of economic concerns and disenchantment with Trump? Or are these ideological differences strong and durable, presenting a future MAGA or Republican movement with eager young conservatives who would continue to move their generation to the right? Singh holds that though there is still a slightly more conservative lean, one exacerbated by gender, among 18 to 22-year-olds compared to those 23 to 29, These young men are still persuadable, as they don't necessarily hold firm ideological convictions. So these younger Gen Z men aren't die-hard conservatives willing to fight to the end for the MAGA cause. They're just jumping on the bandwagon. Back to the reporting. To buy the argument from some on the right that there is a rising generation of fervent right-wing youth driven by discrimination, wokeness, diversity initiatives, and progressive culture would be to misread the moment. You can stitch together a pretty clean narrative that a big reason that many young people voted for Trump in 2024, even though they may have typically voted for Democrats, or you would expect them to be Democrats, was that they were really fed up by the cost of living. Of course, you have to add footnotes that some young people may have had even more conservative views and with place in the current Democratic Party coalition. But they've seen that not only has Trump not delivered on lowering the cost of living, his signature legislation in their mind makes it worse and benefits the billionaires at their expense. And now they're turning against it. It turns out that the big, beautiful bill was more of a bust. Instead, what these divisions within Gen Z really suggest, G. Elliott Morris, a data journalist and polling and elections expert, talks, is that the dividing line among young Americans is the degree to which one cohort or the other is willing to just tear the whole system down. The way to reconcile these two things is to view the younger Gen Z cohort as significantly more anti-incumbent, and pessimistic than the older cohort. Now, while it may be easy to say, ha ha ha, what you deserve, young MAGA idiots, and I am saying that, it's important to realize how damaging this is to the health of our economy and the future of our public. We can't have struggling young generations. Despite baby boomers still maintaining a majority of the wealth in the United States, that will not always be the case. And younger generations that should be building strong foundations right now and starting new families of their own are struggling to buy presents for Christmas. So, of course, they aren't having children. Here's the headline from the Wall Street Journal. Gen Z shoppers aren't spending like retailers need them to. More than other generations, 20-somethings are tightening their holidays and budgets because of economic pressures.
So again, these people, right? They have a base. Right, their base is the dissident youth. Right, they're targeting. That's why I mentioned the facts about the streamers and how they focused on Kick and the kids. What they're doing is they're targeting disenfranchised people, further disenfranchising them while propagating to them. And EIE, I gotta agree with you. As far as it being pan-Europeanism. And so I do my, like I said, I be in the spaces. And so let me come over here to my Twitter real quick. All right, let me pause this video because I did want to play a Nick Fuentes talking to white supremacist Gavin McGinnis, and they talk about being accelerationists, right? Because I don't want people to just think I'm just using these terms. Oh, and let me see this nigga get slapped. Let me watch the Groiper get slapped too. Hold on.
TikTok. Will, nice to meet you.
Oh, I ain't even see this. See, I clipped this up. I ain't even see this. So this right here is. Look, who is this? Damian H. And let me assure you, MAGA is alive and well here in Los Angeles. ICE can live here. It's a weak look being a progressive. It really is. Yeah, there's nothing weak about being a progressive at all. And what's weak is all of these right wingers who just spew talking points. They think you're stupid, and you prove every day that you're stupid because you don't have any intellectual fortitude to make up your own narratives. You got to run with other people's narratives and beat it in the ground for them to turn around and replace you anyway. Everything that MAGA complains about was created by conservatives. So look at the state of the Groiper movement. We got women's propaganda. This man right here with his bow tie, who got the shit slapped out of him in this video in this night, right? Look at these dudes. I'm gonna show you what's in common with a lot of these grifters, right? He's a 5'4" little dweeb. He's a 5'4" little dweeb, right? Then we got the other guy.
And then this other guy just slapped me across. Kevin Smith.
Yeah, he just got slapped, right? I'm gonna play that video, but he's talking about in this video how he just got slapped. But in this video, we've got Women's Propaganda. That's his name on YouTube. Women's Propaganda. He's a literal 5'4" Nazi who his whole content is about calling women whores. And then he made a video with Lily Gaddis talking about how we're gonna have to wife up some of these American whores so we can produce white races more. Like, it's hilarious to watch these people implode. So you've got Women's Propaganda, a 5'4" dweeb telling other dweebs how to get women. And then you've got Nick Fuentes, an Italian Mexican dweeb who has never had sex with a woman. You got Sneeko, a half Filipino or a part Filipino, part white, part black. He's triracial, right? We got a triracial man. All these guys are manosphere adjacent, except for Nick and this other guy they're about to show us on the screen named Virium, who used to be a gay OnlyFans content creator. Nick Fuentes, right? This guy right here, known for doing streams with cat boys. If you don't know what a cat boy is, you can look it up in your spare time. This dude right here did 24-hour live streams with a cat boy, and this cat boy was on stream with black sex toys, performing sex acts on them. Right? The person who I'm talking about performs sex acts with a black sex toy, does live streams with Nick Fuentes, a 28-year-old virgin, right? And look at this other guy who they're about to pick.
Well, nice to meet you.
This guy right here, William Sexton, otherwise known as Virillium, who did gay OnlyFans content. These are the leaders of the youth right-wing movements. These degenerate behaviors, individuals known for hating Jews, early life, posting nudes for leftists on Twitter. So it's like when you pay attention to this stuff and you understand, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. That's why niggas was running around here talking about who was Tyler Robinson affiliated with. Well, when you find out the right is not so Christian and not so heterosexual, you'll realize it makes all the sense in the world. Because a lot of people that are placated to the right, they watch these people. They watch these people.
Yeah, nice. What's going on? Good to meet you.
Are you okay? I literally just got my shit reset. Fuck.
That's crazy.
Maybe we shouldn't.
Yeah,
And then this other guy just slapped me across. Kevin Smith just slapped me across.
TikTok. Well, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice. What's going on? Good to meet you.
Are you okay? I literally just got my shit reset.
That's crazy.
Maybe we shouldn't.
Yeah, why don't
And then this other guy just slapped me.
Get back to all these ultimate goals, but just on the dating point, you say, look, what matters in dating is looks. And that has been true for all of history to some degree. But I think it's truer today than it was 30 years ago. Because I'll give you an example. I went to a prestigious university where you got a lot of guys who graduate, I'm talking about the parents of my classmates. A lot of the guys, they don't look good, but a lot of them become very rich. And we would sometimes joke that the girls who went to this school looked kind of like aliens because they had these supermodel moms and these like fat, ugly dads. But the dads were really rich. And so, listen, it's a little bit of a stereotype. Plenty of people did not fit the stereotype. But when you think of generations past, there are plenty of not so great looking guys who ended up with beautiful women for reasons of, social rights and rituals, for reasons of money, for reasons of class status, for reasons of profession, whatever. They didn't have the dating apps. And so even that, you get into looks maxing because of the online forums, you get the drugs for looks maxing because of the internet marketplaces, and you say the reason I need to looks max is because all the dating takes place online where you're reduced to a picture.
Right. Of course, and that's something that often gets brought up to me. And here's my response to the whole thing about money would be, what's more likely for the average guy? Because I think of things in sociological terms. I think that's very interesting to me. Just look at men across the society. What's more likely? Someone to ascend from maybe slightly below average to above average through looks maxing, or for them to achieve that desired amount of wealth for a supermodel to date them? It just seems like, we should be telling people to go the looks route.
Why?
Because it's easier. It's more realistic.
Is it cheap to looks max, or does it cost money?
It's just more achievable. People with...
I'm just saying, how much do these drugs cost?
Not much. It's not really that difficult. It's more of a time investment, but someone is likely going to lack the intellect to be able to achieve this status max, to achieve, income max. So just across the society, I would say we should be advocating for looks.
I'm not sure I agree with you that it's easier to look better than it is to make some money or do well in your job or what have you. I mean, there are plenty of people at the top of their profession, whatever that profession is, blue collar, white collar, people who would be considered by some metric elite, who are not that intelligent, who probably don't have a very high IQ, but who work very hard, who are clever, who are scrappy, who are hustlers.
Well, we're talking about across the society, not just like a couple of anecdotes of maybe some dumb blue collar like brute, maybe owning his own company. So that just seems a little bit ridiculous to me, to suggest that it would be easier to jump 20 percentiles in terms of income or status than in looks.
I guess
Hold on, which one? Yeah, BrainRot, bro. It's crazy. Which microphone I got, bro? It's supposed to be the other one. All right, bet. I should be clear now. Yeah, I just paused it. I'm doing multiple things right now. I'm getting my son dressed. We about to go into the backyard, and I'm trying to run a stream at the same time. Who is this bonging stuff? I don't know who that is, but what's up? Yeah, I am muted. Like I said, I just muted. I just wanted to play a little bit of this clavicular dude, right? So people can understand who and what I'm talking about when I say these right wingers have lost
was we, a team, but I'm the undercover.
Let me see what's going on with my shit. All right, fuck it. I'm trying to do too much. I'm over here getting ready. I'm getting my son ready. We finna go in the backyard. I'm trying to fucking cue this video up. The laptop. See, I'm trying. Like I said, I'm doing shit. I'm working with the laptop, but I'm also on the desktop. So I'm trying to play the video from the desktop and be able to maneuver with the laptop. But Xfinity on bullshit this morning. Xfinity is on straight bullshit, right? They derailing the nigga stream, but it is what it is. Right, this is incel logic. I agree 100%. This is incel logic. But let's listen to this accelerationism from the perspective of a former FBI agent. He's known for infiltrating the Hell's Angels. I think he infiltrated another white supremacist group, but he's known for his co-intelligent operations, right? He known for going in these white rooms and playing them to the left, right? So let me watch and listen to what this brother got to say about white nationalism. Let's break this down.
I infiltrated the base. But it was a team, but I'm the undercover. The way to explain it is this. So when you talk about white supremacy, a lot of people always picture like KKK. They picture hoods and burning crosses and stuff like that. That's not this. These aren't people. The accelerationists, some neo-Nazis, they'll be out there on the side of the street with their signs and picket signs and protesting and yelling. An accelerationist goes, they call it the siege movement or siege culture. And there's a book called Siege that was written by James Mason, longtime white supremacist. But it's essentially a bunch of interviews that he's put into a book. But he idolized people like Charles Manson and talked to Charles Manson regularly. You know, so there's some demonic stuff, right? Yeah. And you start diving in, and this is what an accelerationist believes. They don't believe that there's a political solution to save the white race. They believe that society is going to collapse on its own or for man-made events, and they want to speed it up. So when they speed it up, they do it through like guerrilla warfare. So it's little hits everywhere. It's like poisoning a water system, taking down a power supply, derailing a train, things like that, killing lefty journalists or anti-fascist people. They want to speed up the downfall of society so they can create their ethno-state. But that's pretty much the way all extremist views are. If it's the radical jihad, they end up with a caliphate. If it's far left, socialist, you know, it's funny because if you look, you know, far left here, far right here, they want to go far right's Hitler, but socialist, and then this is socialist. And you get down here, it's like y'all just want
Y'all same.
You just want something free. You just want to sit around and do nothing and get free food and stuff. But the accelerationists, they, at least the group I infiltrated, it said they would take Christians or pagans. But let's be clear. When I say Christians, it's not Christianity. They call it Christian identity. And that was brought in by white supremacists, Reverend Butler, the old Aryan nations. They take the story of the Bible and they twist it. Like, so Adam and Eve, they look at Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, fruit of the forbidden tree. Eve does it. We're all, doomed, you know. They twist it to this. The fruit of the forbidden tree is a sexual act. The serpent is a man of color, aka Satan. And they're saying that the sexual act between Eve and Satan birthed Cain. And that's what they call the mud race from that point on, non-whites. But the sexual act between Adam and Eve.
Again, so that's right directly from the horse's mouth. Okay, directly from the horse's mouth. So I'm about to go to this yogi. I'm about to go back to my Yodi stuff because I'm finna go outside. So I need something to play unadulterated. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go Trad Wife Civil War. It's gonna be unadulterated while I gotta go get my son dressed. This is known as the Trad Wife Civil War. Let's go here. Let's give not JST. I think he's a white supremacist though. Let's give him a view because he compiled all the clips.
Maybe this might be fine to do real quick before we go to the Willie video. Let's check this out. This is a couple days old now, 4 days old. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Sarah Stock, the big white supremacist women, okay, the new Lauren Southern, some are saying, all right? Some are calling her the new Lauren Southern. She got engaged recently, okay? So let's check this out. So first tweet in this, can this open? Hello? 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 My browser. My browser is very laggy. Thank you. So she says, I won. She got a little engagement ring there, a field of flowers. She won. Is she hot? She's like attractive, conventionally attractive, I'd say. Pale skin, blonde hair, like the Aryan dream, I guess. One might say. Did Hassan really get kicked out of the convention, or is it fake news? What convention? Is that in the video? I haven't watched the video yet. We gotta watch the video. No spoilers. No spoilers. Whoa, what the f? Okay. Hottest right-wing e-girl taken off the market. Conservative women will always use their marriage and family to build their brand. Says Pearl. Next tweet is from Sarah Stock is, once you stop getting ran through by black guys, it could happen to you. It could happen to you too. Stop getting ran through by black guys. It could happen to you too. Somebody else, Emily Saves America, another big right-wing account. The ring size. Nah. I don't think the size matters, but I just wonder why men can't do nice things for us without it being public anymore. Size matters, apparently. Oh, this is the same tweet. Morgan Ariel, another right-wing influencer. You gave it up for free, ho. Might want to sit this one out at Emily Saves USA. So this is a screenshot of the Emily Saves USA picture. You're a slut, actually. Emily quotes that and says, Morgan, your baby daddy abandoned you. You're raising a bastard child, but yet somehow, you think you're better than me or anyone on this app? You gave it up for free, got left in the dust, and now post rage bait on X to supplement the inadequacy of your monthly child support payments. This went from 0 to 10 immediately. 0 to 11, in fact. None of that is true, Emily, but unlike you, I don't lie, so here are some facts. You got fingered in the middle of a hotel lobby at a TPUSA event while everybody watched and there were families around. You brag about having sex with married MAGA dads and doing drugs. You've been completely ran through by both single and married men in the right wing. You call young virgins losers and encourage them to have premarital sex, and you're pro-abortion. You're a disgusting feminist whore with a Jezebel spirit who uses filters in all of her videos and lives in rebellion to God while grifting off of the conservative movement and simultaneously trashes women who desire to live God-honoring lifestyles because their engagement rings didn't cost enough or their lifestyle isn't flashy enough. But yeah, I'm the one who needs money, you gold-digging hoe. Morgan, you are a single mother with a public video admitting you have HPV. You may want to sit this one out too. You suck black dick and probably have AIDS. Dude! They're all going crazy. Unwed, childless Fox News girl boss who complains when women make sourdough now hates on ring size of a happily engaged young woman. Between allegedly cheating on your wife, being caught with a dildo up your ass, a teenager, and your first 2 DUIs, you really should sit this one out. Apparently. Dude, I don't know who any of these people are. This whole thing's fucking crazy, though. Will Somner tweet was just summing this up. There's an insane civil war right now among like 5 right-wing influencer women because one of them posted an engagement pic and another had a rude comment about her finger size. About the ring size. This guy... that is the most socially unaware comment ever. How do you not know that that's about ring size? Like the size of the stone. That's crazy. Classic lefty. And now the insults are along these lines. You got fingered in the middle of a hotel lobby at a TPSA event. All the things we already heard. Good stuff. Now there's one more thing here. There's a Fuentes tweet that went along with this. Fuentes clip. 10-minute clip. Someone get the clip. We're getting the clip. We're getting the clip right now. Sarah's engaged and it's like Avengers Endgame. Riddle, why does the e-girl post the ring on her hand, but not her fiance?
Sarah Stock gets engaged. Worst catfight in history. Centurion Orville gets hit with a scandal. White Canada forever. We forgive you. He lays the foundation in the pipe. Guys win again.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, what's going on with all that? Sarah Stock gets engaged and it's like World War III with every e-girl. It's like Avengers Endgame when they start coming through the portals. You know, Sarah Stock did the Doctor Strange and fucking Emily Saves America and Ariel Morgan and literally every e-girl and Matt Walsh comes in.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Apparently I missed one of the Pearl responses. My boyfriend is not black. He is Dominican. Apparently. Apparently that was a Pearl response. Good one, Pearl. Good one, Pearl.
Just going over the climate, right? This is the trad wife civil war, right? They're arguing over ring size and who's a whore and who slept with a black guy. Listen to them imploding, right? Well, I'm doing all this while I'm trying to get my son out the back door. So just give me a second.
Good one. You're in white supremacist waters now, Pearl. I got bad news for you. They think those people are black too. I'm sorry, Pearl.
Everybody's coming in on the debate. That ring is too small. Fuck you, you're materialistic. No, fuck you, a man's a big ring. You have an STD. Yeah, well, you had sex with a black guy. Oh yeah, well, you're a single mom. And it's like, damn, I think Squidward's taking that one personally. That one had his clarinet in it. I haven't even been following that. I've been just doing other stuff all week. And look, I like Sarah Stock. Emily Saves America follows me. It's hard to take a side on this one.
Yeah, it's not hard for him to take a side. He's like, it's hard for me to take a side because all women suck is what he's going to say. Some shit like this, okay?
You know, Sarah Stock, I'd have to say I'm probably closer to her than the others, so I'm probably coming down on her side. I don't love...
No, Dominicans are black, Jacob. Yes, Dominicans are black. But I'm just telling you that, like, Pearl saying that, it's like, you're especially going to lose that argument in, like, a white supremacist circle. Okay?
Of the ring photo, if I'm being honest. I don't want to pile on, but I don't... Here's the question. Here's a little interesting question. Why does an e-girl post a picture of her hand with her ring, but not with her fiance? That's a little riddle for you. Here's a little riddle. Here's a little piece of advice. Here's a little riddle. Why does the trad e-girl post a picture of the ring on her hand, but not her fiance? Why didn't that one make the cut on Twitter? Anyone know why? So I'm not a big fan of the ring finger because the ring picture is sort of like parading around. I'm trad now. I'm married. Look at my ring. Sorry, fellas, I'm taken. And yeah, how unfair of that I am. I sort of hate the ring photos. Look, I'm just being honest. I hate the ring photo. People are saying
Nick Fuentes is so zesty. How did he even think of that? He is zesty. He's incredibly zesty. I don't even think he really denies it, right? He denies the implication of being zesty, but, like, I think if you call him zesty, he'd say something like, yeah, I am zesty, but, like, doesn't mean what you say it does. And then he'd go on some rant about how gay people actually do just have better style and aesthetics, and they are better than you for that. Like, if they weren't sodomizing each other, they'd actually just be way better humans. He'd go on some rant like that. I can see it forming in my head.
Saying mud shark. No. That's not the reason. It's not because her fiance's white. That's not why. It's because e-girls kind of intuitive. I'll tell you why, because you're not getting it. E-girls intuitively know that if their simps see the guy, they're going to be turned off. That's why. Why do they show the ring and the guy? Because all the simps are going to see the picture of the guy and they're going to go, I hate that guy. No, that guy? You married that guy? And all the simps are going to run away. And I think e-girls kind of know that implicitly on some level. So they don't post the guy, they post the ring. Because the ring is not a deal breaker. Because guys are going to say, oh, who's the lucky guy? Oh, man. You know, but if they see the guy, if they visualize the guy, then they go, what does he have that I don't have? If they see the ring, they're like, oh, man, of course she's taken. Of course, she's so beautiful. But if they see the guy, then there's like this immense feeling of inferiority. So, to answer the question, you cannot. That's why. So I don't love the ring picture. Now, by the same token, people that are saying the ring is small, that's not nice. Okay. That's not very nice either. And in fairness, none of these e-girls really have the leg to stand on. You know, I saw there was one exchange. It was a tough watch. Emily Saves America's laying down the fire on whoever. Pearl jumps in and says, you have chlamydia and you're a whore. And Emily Saves America jumps in and says, yeah, well, you sucked a black guy's dick and did something else. And then Pearl denied the second thing, but not the first thing. And then she goes, my boyfriend's Dominican, actually. And you're like, oh, gosh.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh.
Pearl, do you know who you're arguing with, Pearl? Pearl.
In an e-girl war, nobody wins, man. Nobody wins. It's like Albert Einstein.
Dude, you watch like guys, like right-wing influencers fight with each other. They like very selectively like drop stuff, right? They're just like trying to like play chess. And the e-girl civil war is just like they immediately pull out baseball bats and start bashing in skulls. Like they go 0 to 100 immediately.
I don't know how e-girl war will be fought. All I know is that e-girl war 2 is going to be fought with sticks and stones. No woman will be left standing. No trad thought will be left standing. I'm kind of loving it. It vindicates me. Because everybody says, oh, you're not married, you're gay, you hate women unironically, you're not a gentleman. And all I'm sitting here saying is like, women need to shut the fuck up. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying men should marry women and stuff.
Thanks, Salve. We'll see you later, buddy. Have a good one.
I'm just saying women need to shut up. Like that's honestly my position. It's like, get married, but women, shut up. And I think anyone can agree women need to be told that. It's not.
I feel like we could all come together and just say, like, probably like 99.8% of people need to shut the fuck up, right? Like, just shut up.
Not like you can never talk again.
Really hard to miss with that advice. It would probably help somebody. You tell anybody to shut the fuck up, there's a good chance you're helping them in some facet of their life.
But like, women are talking too much now. Like, it's enough already. Women are talking way too much. They're making faces. They're acting like bitches. You know, and it's like they just need to shut up. And everybody, and then I get this backlash. Everybody's yelling at me. I'm like, whoa, hey, this is just common sense. But this war breaks out. And it's
so like the nigga said, hey, be careful with your toys, Willa. We just got that. So, and this guy's content is growing on me. This is not JF. I'm a sub up to his channel. Yeah, I think I'm a sub up to his channel. So yeah, I think I'm on. We're gonna drop that screen. Cause yeah, I got what I needed up out of that. Who is this in the chat? Conrad Naz. What did he say? That King David was a Negro Jew who took 200 foreskins for a 9-year-old bride. That's funny. That's interesting. Who is a black Jew? I don't even know what that is. Can somebody tell me what that is? What does that mean? That's a loaded term, black Jew. He holding a razor. Oh, comrade, you must be new around here. Yeah, he holding a razor. What you're looking at is an actual, it's an actual news. It's an actual newspaper with this cartoon in it. Right? This was political propaganda. So I am the new bully on the block. I had to pull my blade out. Had to pull my blade out. But, you know, the right is imploding. I have brain rot fatigue. I'm tired of listening to, you know, black people argue about who is more black and who is really from where. I'm tired of listening to white people complain about systemic oppression that they created. I'm tired of all of the dumb shit, right? I got brain rot fatigue. Okay, I have brain rot fatigue. All of that shit is brain rot. Oh, you say Jews newspaper? What you saying? Here you go. Nah, it was, so you saying the Jews created that propaganda? Oh, you're funny. You know, it's less Muslims in the country. It's like it's less Muslims in the country than atheists. So that's propaganda. But you must be. I must have attracted some way somehow. I must have got an accelerationist in my chat. I must have got an accelerationist in my chat. Could you expound upon any of these tropes or any of this BS that you're spewing? You know, I know y'all be thinking y'all be running a dynamic playbook. It's actually very simple to read. You know what I'm saying? It's caused chaos shit, but it screams like little kid lashing out syndrome. Like that's what we should call this shit. We should call it little kid lashing out syndrome. You know, that's what I think I want to start calling this shit. This is little kid lashing out syndrome. But we're seeing it from adults as well, right? Motherfuckers who didn't deal with what they had to deal with when they was a kid. And now this shit is spilling over into adulthood, right? It's spilling over into adulthood. We got young people being influenced by older people who never grew up. And we got older people who never grew up being influenced by young people because they got more views and more money than them. This game is really, really dynamic right now. It's really, really dynamic right now. We got the youth looking up to people who never did nothing that they want to do. And we got old people looking up to young people who did everything they wish they did in life. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be a balance. See, what the older folks that I rock with, that I take cues from, or that I, you know what I'm saying, gain wisdom from and gain, you know what I'm saying, a little bit of grace and a little bit of gain from, it's niggas who I could see myself being that type of nigga in the future. You know what I'm saying? That's why I recognize it's like the older person, they seeing that younger person might have 50,000, 100,000 subs, and you wish you would have popped out and started a damn channel, but you didn't find your niche at time, or you taught yourself out of it. So now you fucking with him. Or the nigga got a lot of money, and you know what I'm saying, you did a long bid. And so now you working behind the Powerball trying to catch up, and you feel like you would have been rich back in the game, but you appreciate this younger dude that's rich, and rather than appreciating and recognizing gain, niggas are taking cues and social advice and economic advice from people that really shouldn't, right? This is what's being developed. May Irwin, who is May Irwin? Hold up. I don't even know. What they say? Hamdulillah, Allah hamdulillah. Man, come on, we on all that. Listen, bro. Shout out Zoran Mobdani. Again, I don't know if you think the playbook you're running to cause confusion is like a new one, but you gotta work real hard. Okay, nothing new here, right? It's nothing new here. That what I'm letting you know. This accelerationism babble, you know what I mean, the fear mongering and all that type of stuff, the pushing of agendas is see through, bro. Especially like I said, I'm gonna give y'all a game to take back to y'all bosses, right? This is what it is. When everybody's spewing the same talking points, you think that it's creating a big megaphone, but what it's doing is it's exposing a family tree that takes you back to the root of the propaganda. Nigga can watch based on the verbiage in the language that you use, and we can know the lineage of your talking points. It's very easy. So take that BlackRock shit down the road. Take that BlackRock shit down the road, right? You probably you probably from Pakistan somewhere. You probably ain't got no ducks in this fight, gang. Arab Jews. Yeah, we know. Yeah, Arab Jews. Them the ones running the world. The Moors, huh? The Moors. The converso Moors. They running the world. All right, we heard it all, man. Heard it all before. Tight shit, man. You gotta stay swift to keep from getting swift. And this another echo and sentiment I keep you trying to make. Like, bro, stop trying to do all this shit on the fly. I know it's only 24 hours in a day. Niggas gotta lock in and use that 24. Even if you gotta carve out certain times, like, okay, this is my bullshit hours. Okay, this is my lock in hours. Niggas, and I learned that from my OGs. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I fall off that and I gotta regain my strength. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I fall off that and I gotta regain my strength. But listen, look, comrade, you gotta do better. Like I said, sowing dissent. You might even be a Russian. Ain't no telling. See, that's been the narrative niggas been wanting to run with, right? Cause we just now putting this CIA on you niggas. We really wanted to call y'all Russian bots, right? But again, that's just what it is. You niggas either CIA agents or you Russian bots. That was orchestrated and put forth by some type of intelligence organization. You can't convince me no other thing around it, right? Because like my dog EIE said in the chat, and I was noticing the same thing when I'm doing my recon for all of this stuff. Whether you in South Africa, whether you're talking about the politics in cities like Baltimore, cities like goddamn Detroit, cities like Chicago, whether you're talking about the UK and their immigration crisis, all of the talking points are the same. They all are trying to do the same shit. That accelerationism is across the board. And not only is that accelerationism across the board, the white ethno-national is across the board. And they all say the same things. We must accelerate this shit because white liberals are always going to exist. So they really feel like the only way is some super fascistic shit where they just get out their guns and kill everybody who don't agree with them. Right? So that's their real end goal. They feel like as long as it's a white liberal around, nigga, they gonna keep pushing that goddamn accelerationism. They're gonna keep causing dissent because they feel like the white liberals is sympathizing with the blacks. And if them goddamn blacks just can recognize that we've been bullshitting their ass, we fucked up, right? So this nigga want to talk about Islam all over Africa. He must know, like I said, you new to my channel. I want you to sub up, especially if you're an agent. You know what I'm saying? I want you to sub up. So, but what I'm saying is very simple. What I'm saying is very simple. Hold on one second. That jit, man, listen, the jitter on the Wi-Fi is at 79 right now. I'm talking about Wi-Fi is shitty today, right? Wi-Fi is fucking my ass over right now. Pause. Look, he said the UK has been replaced. Look, he talking about Semitic Islam. This is propaganda. This is white nationalist propaganda. But again, whatever your name, comrade is, you gotta do better. You giving away your Pakistani hand, like you giving it away. You know what I'm saying? These same tired talking points, it doesn't look like the megaphone you think it does. It just exposes, like I said, the tree of your talking points. We know your shit coming from BlackRock. All that fake anti-Jewish shit, you get your talking points from the ADL from back in the gap. All that shit, bro. I walk this shit down all the time. This ain't nothing new to me. I know where you RNC rejects get all your little talking points from. I understand that all that shit that it comes down to is resources and hoes. Let's just be real. All this shit come down to resources and hoes, right? Man, I'm gonna need you to look at my Wi-Fi, man. My shit looking crazy. But like I said, all it come down to is resources and hoes. These white boys need more hoes and they need more resources. They running out. Everywhere they turn around and look, they need resources and they need hoes. That's just what this shit come down to. So as long as Negroes recognize what's really going on, when the pivot happens, we gonna be ready. So all that, oh, Islam rule this, bro, run that little narrative into that little white room, because they the ones that's deep dark Christians. I hate to break it to you, but y'all brought that Christian shit on niggas. We don't really give a damn about it like that. Niggas fuck with it because they mama fuck with it. Let's be real. Niggas show that shit some respect because they mama show that shit some respect. So you not gonna fool us trying to, oh, Islam gonna do this. My nigga, we been fighting Islam down there about 1,000 years. It's we know about the Islamic hand, but you niggas work hand in hand, and this is what I'm gonna be doing, working and showing. Don't do the Amalek Jews and all that. Don't do all that little games, bro. Or you can continue to do it, but I'm just letting you know I've done all this stuff. The town mid Jews versus the non-town mid Jews. We do this shit all the time with you. It's so easy to see through, right? The so-called Jew will work with the Arab to get all the resource up out of Africa. That's how the UAE even came about. You gon' listen, my channel once I really get into motion, this all the shit I give a fuck about. This all the shit I really back up and follow behind. I don't want to look up abo shit. I would rather look up and determine who the fuck got their hands in the cookie jar today. Cause I am a real conspiracy theorist, not one of them fake ones that don't need no research. Bitch, I'm going into the archives with it. When I say the CIA got Pan-Africanism at their agenda, I'm using shit like white malice. I'm using shit like common sense. I'm using shit like the fucking the Port City clip where he covered the funny looking nigga who was going against Malcolm. All this shit is about black Americans not locking in with black Africans and keeping up this resource game. If France didn't have access to African resources, France would be a shithole country a long time ago. If England did not have access to Pakistani national resources and the ability to run its national or global intelligence scheme to where they got the whole world thinking that the European and the US are not the same fucking British Empire, they got you niggas convinced, but they ain't got the world convinced. So we waiting, run that little accelerationism play, and we're gonna try to get all our niggas on code as fast as we can. Right, but it ain't gonna happen if we run around this bitch having diasporic wars 1,000,000 days a week. All right, nigga gonna have to carve out just a little bit of that. And so nigga can't play me with nothing about France is only nice because of us Muslims. France is only nice because of Africans. You're not a Muslim. You are a white nationalist or you're a Pakistani bot. Come on, bro. You can't play these games with me. The only jihads that's in America are the white nationalists, fucking underground groups and the militant Antifa groups. Those are American jihadist organizations. Those are Christian nationalist jihadist organizations. They work the same way. Many cells, 5 and 6 and 7 people. Don't nobody know anybody. They all working together. This cell over here, that cell over here. It's the same playbook. We see you niggas. We see you. We see it all. So we don't fuck with Islam. We don't fuck with Christianity. Right? I tell niggas all the time, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Science was created by African people, right? So we gonna make sure, like I said, I'm gonna get the word out there about this accelerationism. I'm gonna get the word out there about the right wing and how they don't give a fuck about niggas. Don't get it twisted though. I will be getting into these left wings and showing how they don't give a fuck about niggas either. I will be getting into this shit, showing all of this shit. Right? Because it do leave niggas between a rock and a hard place. And this is what niggas gotta start talking about. Like, bitch, we really did build this country. We really have been here since the inception. We have fought in every single war. And we are at the doorstep of white supremacy all at the same time. So do a nigga sit back at the doorstep, wait for this shit to crash, and then try to loot the house, or do a nigga move from the building because when the bitch blow up, it's gonna be collateral? That's really the conversation niggas really avoiding and trying to maneuver around, because ain't gonna be no race war that's gonna end niggas in America. Y'all can get that little shit through y'all skull. That little shit don't got nothing to do with nothing. That little fake race war, like I said, is what they keep to keep the base the way they need it to be. They need a racist, anti-immigrant base so they continue to manipulate them with trinkets. And they continue to run the tax cuts that they want to, bring in the illegals that they want, get them the jobs they want, give all the other jobs to the fucking AI, and then guess what they're gonna end up doing? The right gonna end up floating universal basic income, nigga, because they already own that collectivism, nationalist bullshit anyway. But where's my lighter at? This lighter do not have no more butane in it. This lighter ain't got no more butane in it. Hold on 1 second. Cause this nigga, this fake Muslim in my chat, I want you to prove to me you're a real Muslim. I don't believe you. I'm gonna have to get my girl to go get my damn lighter, man. I swear I thought I just put butane in this fucking lighter. Willie, that's not your house. Don't come on, man. He on the trampoline, using it to stare over the fence. Get off these people fence. You supposed to be jumping on trampoline, gang. Yeah, man, I'm over here. Like I said, my son outside. We outside right now. He jumping on the trampoline. You know what I'm saying? And this is this ain't even a grifting off low IQ day. Like I said, the right is imploding. The red pill to low information pipeline. Niggas is voting back in Facebook. And the Facebook all predicated upon the algorithm that you don't control. All this shit I was made aware of, but like I said, I wasn't online like that. I wasn't a chronically online nigga. So I didn't even know. My son is literally, this nigga is sick. Hey, Willie, you can't do that, fam. Daddy would not approve of this. All right. Put your pants up. If you gonna do that, go around the side of the house, bro. This nigga just peed off the side of the trampoline. You go around the side of the house next time, Willie. This nigga just peed off the side of the trampoline. He lucky his mama didn't see him through that window. She'd have got his ass. Look at this. Yeah. He's trying to, I think you're attempting to derail the conversation. It's not gonna work, gang. I'm gonna just play a song, go get my lighter, and come back and talk. Comrade, you're not really doing that. Only thing you doing is if you sub up to my channel. Fuck is wrong with you? You better like and subscribe. Some shit like that. Especially if you're a robot. You feel me? Especially if you're a robot. Let me hold up. Matter of fact, that's exactly what I'm about to do. Give me 2 minutes. I gotta go grab my computer charger because we out in the backyard with the laptop. And I gotta go get a lighter because this one is out of butane. Well, really, I'm just finna go get my butane stick and go fill this bit back up. How you is? You been for us? So okay, so watch this. Comrade, where you from, comrade? Cause you say you a Muslim and you keep using MOSLEM. Come on. You tripping, gang. You already giving you giving it up. Listen, like I said, bro. When the terminology is used, the verbiage is used, I can see the family tree to your talking points. So yeah, give me your where you from. While I'm gonna play a song, you tell us where you from while I go get my lighter, butane stick, and my goddamn charger for this laptop.
Thanks for the slap, Ali. It's been It's been 3 years hanging over my head. I've been wanting to butt try. Been at this shit for way too long. I can't give up right now. 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 I've been in the trench trying to get this money. I don't know what the fuck you want. So I'm Hussein lifestyle. Every nigga around me a real threat. It ain't too much I ain't seen to this day. Still ain't hurt my back. I'm tapping in with the killers and the dealers to show them where I'm at. I elevated my status and now she starstruck. I took my passion for progress up to another level. Came back to the city with the bag, time to run it up. He sold the PFP, undercut the flow, that boy ain't one of us. January last year, I bought some Polygon. That bitch still up. This year, I'm laser focused, I'm handling business. I'm trying to turn myself right into something. I was 23 when it seemed this trash shit had a ceiling. I can't go through the motions. I've been stacking the cash, I've been having daily devotions. Can't stop watching the charts, I've been cashing out on tokens. I'ma take that risk cause I know it's worth it. I'm gonna take that risk cause I know that it's worth it. You gon' act like a bitch cause I know that you perfect. You gon' act like a bitch cause I know that you bitch. Let's go. He don't need to drop the low, we got your IP. Geek squad, Goodman touching keys, nigga, I work IT. We don't even talk up on that phone, that's a conspiracy. And we still on paper, smoking papers like they Marlboros. Ain't no question, nigga. And we still on paper, smoking papers like they Marlboros. No question. It's been 3 years hanging over my head, I've been wanting to butt try. Been at this shit for way too long, I can't give up right now. I can't give up right now. I've been in the trench trying to get this money, I don't know what the fuck you want. So that Hussein lifestyle, every nigga around me a real threat. It ain't too much I ain't seen to this day, I still ain't turned my back. I'm tapping in with the killers and the dealers to show them where I'm at. Your nigga fight case, fake court dates. I'm trying to make some shit, can't let them see me break. This shit getting crazy, it's like the realest shit be dead fake. Gotta watch my back, can't trust the soul. Your niggas be the snakes. Crazy how they try to boss me out. I ain't tripping, I just took a different route. Stayed down cause that's the only thing I knew to do. I was taking trips like the cat I was supposed to be in. I heard little buddy was trying to thug, but it went in his bones. Started with the Perkins, now he on board, he ain't coming home.
Yeah, you derailing the conversation. Don't pay attention to nothing that he's saying. He trolling. He talking about 1607 in Powhatan. He used the term like Muslim. Yeah, I'm not going for none of that. That's an Indian troll who has been searching keyword terms, or he's a fucking agent. You know what I'm saying? Who know that certain talking points are used in these arenas. Yeah. But now that I got my lighter, let me go check on my son real quick, make sure Jit is chill. Last I seen, like I said, I bought a pin off the trampoline. What you doing? Alright. He good, he chilling. He turned up right now. That boy just living life. Like I said, we got him the Hot Wheel or the Power Wheels. So he go between driving on Power Wheels and jumping on the trampoline, or he trying to race. Right now he think he fast, so he doing a lot of running. Then you try to run up alongside him, he try to change speed and go fast. I'm like, bro, you ain't going nowhere. Yeah, like you really gaining some speed. You ain't going nowhere. Yeah, go live on Rumble right now. I like Rumble too. That was you need, if you're a real person, you should have already. You done spent all this time in the chat. You should already at least like the video or sub to the channel. Talking about go live. You going live on Rumble? I'm finna start going live on Rumble. There's a lot of white supremacist sympathizers over there. And a lot of people in that manosphere, they went fake Islam. Come on now. A lot of people in that manosphere went fake Islam. You know that. So I keep my ear to the street. I'm tied in. So, but you ain't gonna be here all day. I had specific shit on the agenda. My fucking content got derailed by Xfinity again. Threw off my whole train of thought. I was in the middle of talking about how these white folks ain't got black fatigue, they really got civil rights fatigue. And then a nigga lost his whole train of thought because the Wi-Fi cut off. You know, so I'm still sick by that. So I'm gonna have to get it back in my bag. But just want to make it be known the pivot is in full form. I'm not wasting my time 5 and 6 and 7 days in a row with an Aboriginal. Every now and then I might address what need to be addressed, because at the end of the day, these diasporic wars are still gonna go on until we find a way to end them. But I need to be talking about the fact that why the fuck are we having diasporic wars when the only thing that's keeping the imperialistic regimes in power is us having diasporic wars. That's literally the only thing keeping this shit afloat. Because as you can see, the mediocre white is imploding. They teaching their kids to break their jaws and take testosterone at 14 and be anti-black and be anti-woman. They're teaching all of this shit. And what do you think is gonna happen to the future generation? Right? But we got to be able to combat that, and we got to be paying attention. Niggas ain't even paying attention. Niggas is, bro. I be in Aboriginal chats and in conversations, and they don't know what's going on in the world at all. Not even concerned with it. They concerned with if they was black people here in 1486. The shit is a psyop, bro. They got niggas thinking about shit that don't matter. It got me researching shit that don't matter. I'm not doing that shit no more. That's why we start controlling narratives, because I'm like, bro, if I'm gonna be doing all this research, let at least go into some topics that I feel comfortable with or that I give a fuck about. So let's jump off into certain DNA thing, because I want to brush up on things. I want to know more about this and more about that. Everything I be doing be having a purpose, especially when it comes to you niggas, because I got to use you as a muse. I got to use fucking these apples as a muse, because like I said, niggas will use us for all of the content. Everything they learned about being Aboriginal, they learned from a black person who was a Pan-African. All that reworking of the holistic teachings. All you niggas sound like Minister Inky talking about go vegan and work out and all that shit. You niggas ain't saying nothing that we haven't heard somebody that was in the conscious black, pro-black Pan-African space say. Y'all just have internalized the racism with it. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, this shit is starting to look government psyop-y. And I'm not finna sit around this bitch and just placate to the left. I'm not watching car crashes every day and just watch that bit. Now I'm at least say, hey gang, you caused the crash, bitch. Why you keep driving over and swerving like that? Are you drunk? Right, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. Once I really looked at it as like, bro, I'm wasting money right now, because usually, like I said, like over the last 2 years, ever since I started my Sprinter van business, I usually argue with them niggas while I'm driving. Right, like how Robert Lee explained it. That's why when Robert Lee said that shit, I kind of laughed, because I understood what he was saying. I'm like, okay, Robert Lee saying exactly what I came to conclusion of when I was driving over the road. I need some shit that's gonna keep me awake. These stupid ass niggas, they lying just enough where I engage with them, or this shit'll keep me when I'm bored, instead of plunging into some crypto scheme and might accidentally, you know what I'm saying, invest into it. I'm like, fuck it. I'll spend more of that bandwidth over here looking up some Black American history and arguing with these idiots at the same time. Try to make it where I'm still learning my history while at the same time trying to, you know, correct these idiots. But it turned into like a nigga was a therapist. And bro, I'm not getting paid to be a therapist with you niggas. I shouldn't have to diagnose you niggas as cognitively dissonant, and you niggas have ADHD and all this other shit that I be having to deal with. I shouldn't have to do that. A nigga shouldn't have to tell you got internalized depression or none of that type of shit. Niggas supposed to be working on themselves, but that's what creates these sectors where people are easily manipulated into moving in different spaces. This is just like the chitlin circuit of it. That's why it's just like the underbelly of this whole little shit. So, nah, man, I'm literally wasting money. I literally had a trade open, and I'll be looking at the trade or close the trade so I can go get on the panel, or don't even be in the market because I'm out this bitch. Focus more on what y'all got going on, so I don't feel comfortable making a play because I haven't seen a setup that I like, because I'm spending too many hours with you niggas. So once I cut back all that hours on the road, like I do a couple routes a week, maybe I'm not going 4, 5, 6, 7 straight days driving like that no more. So now I'm at the crib all day, down there every day. I just pop out 3, 4 days a week, and I'm learning and getting back into my groove. Nigga, I need to mark up charts. I need to be watching setups. I need to be looking at the next AI tokens. I need to be looking at the next DeFi tokens. I need to be keeping track of how Bitcoin is moving versus the halving that happened in 2024 versus how it looked back in the G. I need to be tapping in and reworking all my shit. But instead, I'm looking up if Abraham Lincoln got pictures of him that's black. Man, fuck out of here, bro. Listen, I got way more important things to be looking up. I could do a couple of jab sparring sessions with you niggas every now and then, but I'm not deep delving with that shit. So you will see a lot of AI from your boy in the future if you see me arguing with Elbow. I'm going straight to AI, nigga, the whole fucking time. Primary my dick. I'm not primarying shit. Cause that shit take you into the weeds with some niggas who don't even believe that document exists, nigga. So you know what I'm doing from now here forward? When I do take the time to debunk you niggas, it's gonna be more from a social lens, nigga. I'm gonna ask you why the fuck you keep doing this shit every day. I'm gonna show you that you wrong. And I'm gonna show you that you following behind somebody because they got some shit you think you need. All that shit is goofy. Following behind another nigga talking about he teaching you and all this shit. And man, that shit is cringe. Just keeping it all the way 1,000. That shit is cringe. And to be hearing how some of these niggas be coming in and be dick riding, and then niggas will get upset because I don't fuck with another nigga content, or I fuck with certain niggas content, and they act like I'm a dick rider. But then want to keep my name in their mouth every single day and talk about the shit we been talking about. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, we literally are providing content for you niggas for the greater part of 2 years. Everything y'all talk about be centered around if a nigga is black to America, or if goddamn me, if DNA is real. You niggas wouldn't know shit about DNA without us. You niggas wouldn't know shit about your black American history in the US without us, because you niggas was watching and looking up Indians for the last 30 years. So when the nigga get the pressing and acting like we the CIA agents, a nigga flipping on your head, start bringing evidence out, then you don't have no conversation for it. But guess what? We still kept running the narrative. And now guess what you got to do? You got to debate YK on this narrative. Because you've been running from this conversation for 2 years. Who is pushing the CIA's agenda? Is it Aboriginal power and his little minions, or is it Pan-Africanism, aka niggas who think they're from Africa? Because you don't even know what Pan-Africanism is. Shit is preposterous, bro. It's absurd. It's preposterous. Yeah, I agree though. I agree, Ogun. That nigga Sean is way too smart for that shit. That's why I already been peeping the scene working. Like I said, it used to make sense for me when I was driving and shit like that. But now that I'm back to the program I was trying to be scheduled on, where I just, I got my own business to keep my income coming in, you know what I'm saying, to kind of dollar cost average it to a couple of little shits. And I'm also got my trading account. I'm trying to build a portfolio. I don't have time to be arguing with you niggas. I'm literally missing money. Literally. You know what I'm saying? I could be potentially looking at some shit that's a multi-million-dollar market cap gem, and I ain't even put nothing into my fucking wallet for the decentralized exchange because I'm over here arguing with you because I don't even know the token exists yet. Like, bro, that's a waste of money. It's a waste of gains unrealized, and I'm not unrealizing no more gains with you niggas. No more. Especially, like I said, when I know for a fact now it's a CIA op. I know it ain't no, you can't shake a nigga from this concept. Anybody who's working against a black American to work with another American, or to working with another African or another black somewhere else, you are a CIA agent. Either you're paid or you're unpaid. Because when you look at these memorandums, and when you get the FOIA request, right, the Freedom of the Freedom of Information Act request, when you getting all of that shit, and niggas get to reading the documents, niggas get to finding out the whole play is fuck up niggas and fuck up the intellect of the nigga. Don't let the nigga get an economic foothold nowhere in the world. Don't let the nigga get smart. Don't let him get no education. Don't let none of this shit go. This is the whole concept behind stopping the Negro in America. And we all know the Negro in America has some type of characteristic that for whatever reason motivates the world. And so if they can cut a nigga off at the step of the motherfucking house, they could start the revolution in their eyes. And we playing right along with it, bro. We supposed to be the mouthpiece for the resistance. Pause. Right? We supposed to be the face card for a lot of this shit. The motivating factors behind almost all of this shit is us. But yet and still, niggas is trying to profess to go against all of that, and we need to somehow alienate ourselves, and that's how we gonna benefit. Like, that shit is a literal psyop, bro. And I'm not going for it no more. I'm not going for it no more. So once I got about 399 subs. So once I get 101 subs, I can go ahead and make my little application for monetization, and then I will start spending little Google dollars. I wanted to see if I could organically get monetized without spending and get my video in front of people. But then I'm gonna pay to get it in front of people, and I'm gonna go that route. Fuck it. And I'm gonna see how much it costs me to get an audience. Just keep putting this shit in front of motherfucker until they get enough numbers, and we're gonna see how this shit go. And don't forget, I still got my Madden. I do want to do my nighttime Madden stream, but I got so bad locked into this trading shit. I don't care about that shit no more. Like, I really feel like I missed so much money by being on the road driving so long. I felt like I could have been put some balance to my shit. But I really was just doing it because my girl wasn't working yet. Now that she got a little job and shit like that, shit, I ain't doing all them hours. Now nigga trying to expand that portfolio. So today I didn't have a good day. It was like a little light day. It was really like a lost day. But yesterday I hit for like 608. You ready to go inside? You ain't even drive the car one time. You're gonna have to do a couple backups and circles. Hold up. So yeah, I'm finna get up out of here. I gotta go teach some lessons. We gotta work on these driving skills. This nigga took a whole tree out. You know what I'm saying? One of them little small bushes. That nigga took a whole tree out with the power wheel. So we gotta work on his driving. But it's your boy Luck, man. I appreciate y'all tapping in. This was a live stream. Like I said, we had a lot of technical difficulties. I appreciate those who was able to stick through it. You know what I'm saying? But we trying to go somewhere different with this shit, man. Elbows all day. I got elbow fatigue right now. Not to say I won't maybe get into my elbow bag here in the future and maybe lock in for 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 days in a row on you niggas. But right now, man, I'm missing money, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm missing money. Niggas out here, it's plays on the line, bro. Like I said, and then it was really that conversation I had with Nat. Like, when we was over there on the stream, we was breaking down a little shit, and I'm realizing, like, damn, I'm rusty. And not only am I rusty, I'm in the market right now. Like, I'm rusty, nigga, and I'm fucking active. So it's like, nah, nigga, you gotta lock back in. And you know what I'm saying, nigga, I'm pulling out little pennies every day. I'm pulling out 200-300s and shit, 90, $195, $92 and shit like that. And I'm like, nah, nigga, you ain't focused enough. That's why that money ain't coming in like it used to. You got to get back locked in. You a $1,700 a week nigga, and you sitting around here chilling, collecting little shit, being complacent with it because you got other shit, or you feeling like other shit is more important. So you lose, like I said, losing out on market time. I'm supposed to be watching shit. I got so much shit I could be watching. That's my thing. I'm a sniper. I'm a scalper and a sniper, right? But due to the fact that I like how Sean P said it, niggas is radical researchers. So due to the fact that I'm like a radical researcher with that shit, my scalping and I'm so locked in with the numbers and the research, it turned into a good long term. So that's what I say, I gotta have dollar cost average money too for shit that I'm all the way locked in with, and that way I'm you know what I'm saying, diversifying and moving forward. Because that was in my first run. That's what slowed me down and made me have to get back into the workforce was because of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to hold, and I'm trying to fucking buy crypto, and I'm trying to buy stocks, and I'm trying to dollar cost average, but it was all with the same pot of money, and I was still being green to the shit. So now nigga got more time to relax. Now I got my son with me. Now I got other avenues to get to the bag. Then it's like, all right, bro, it's time to lock back in. It's time to get back on these sniper plays. It's time to find your low cap gems that you could dollar cost average into, and get back to figuring out the politics behind this shit. Figure out, because that's another thing a nigga lost. I used to be deep tied to all that shit with Gary Gensler and fucking see, I'm missing names and shit. But I used to be tied in with like understanding all of that shit, what's going on, who playing on what side, who lobbying for who. But I lost all of that shit to argue with abos. Nigga, Gary Gensler used to be my top op. Nigga, I used to keep tabs on Gary Gensler. Every fucking thing Gary Gensler ever said out his mouth, I got tabbed on one of my fucking phones. Like everything, every class he ever taught at MIT, every lecture he ever gave, anything he ever said in front of the Congress Senate floor, anything he ever said on record. If I got a video, I got that bit, because I would keep a tab. I'm trying to figure out who is working for who. Why are they letting certain cryptos rock? Why they creating ETFs and faking like they finna drop the ETF, but they talking about this shit for 8, 9, 10 months. I'm trying to figure out all this shit that was going on. I'm trying to figure out who was the players. I'm trying to figure out why they regulating and stopping niggas from having offshore exchanges. That's type of shit I like to get into. But again, I be wasting so much time looking at you nigga shit. He talking about get 3 jobs. And I don't need 3 jobs. I just need 3 incomes. Right now, I currently got 2. I ain't getting 3 jobs. Fuck, I look like this ain't 1991. I'm gonna have 3 incomes. I don't need to. It ain't 3 jobs. Right now, I'm running 2 businesses. Right, 2 businesses, because I do got it now. This not everything I'm doing now is gonna be. It's only a separate business. So it's like a nigga got to get back into that focus. And cause that same, like I said, like how Sean P described that bit, that same radical research approach a nigga be having, they gotta lock in and get back in my bag, right? Cause it's so much shit I still got, right? That done pop, but I had to cash out so much because of the lifestyle that I was living, and like I said, how I was just living off of my my trades and shit like that. So it's a lot of stuff that I wish I still held more of, but instead of that, I ended up selling it because I gotta cash out. I gotta pay rent. I gotta cash out. I gotta pay car note. I gotta cash out. I got insurances and this and that. And I got, you know what I'm saying? All that type of stuff, because I didn't have my affairs all the way in order. He talking about you selling drugs is not a job. Oh, you go. Oh, you're funny. You're a funny Muslim. I don't even believe you're a Muslim. I think you're a little white dude that's sitting at home working from home, and then you fat. That's what I want to. That's what I want to do, Ogun. But I'm rusty with that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't have, like I said, what really would make a nigga rusty is a nigga wasn't focused on it. So like I said, when that type of approach a nigga have, where like I told Dosey, I'm 4 court pressing you. I got my eyes on everything you doing. I'm locked in. Like when I go there with it, that's where I'm at with it. So I be locked all the way in. Like. And when I have theories and inclinations, or when I find evidence to support certain things, that's what I be going with. So where you get the link? I ain't get the link. He said I gave you a link to my Rumble. I ain't see no link. Y'all see a link in there? Oh, you're a white Sunni Islamist. All right, well then subscribe to my channel. I'm gonna go over there and fuck with you on Rumble. I got my subs on public, so as soon as you sub to me, I'm gonna see that you sub to me. So if you ain't sub to me, I'm gonna know you lied. So I ain't gonna have to go over the Rumble. You know what I'm saying? You know what they used to do back on the day, pick for pick. Hey, be careful when you driving like that, fam. Yeah, you gonna have to go ahead, like and subscribe. I go over there and fuck with you. I ain't got no problem. I need to get my recon up on y'all too. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna try to do, Ogun. I'm gonna try to get into that bad mo, because that's what that's really it's more. I'm more passionate for that anyway. You know what I'm saying? Cause I was big on digital assets and real assets, right? I want shit that's tied to utility and tied to use case, tied to commodities. But I see the crypto as, you know, like a part of the fourth industrial revolution. I see it as another .com boom, but I also see it as right now a way to wash a lot of money and to play a lot of the same schemes that the fractional reserve been playing. So, but when you ain't got enough numbers in there, then you got, it's like open season, it's free game. So niggas just coming in, they running schemes, they running plays, but it's the technology behind it. Willie, if you gonna hit the gas, you got to get all the way in, bro. Get in the car. So to me, that's way more important. You know what I'm saying? That's way more important. Like I said, the only reason why nigga was even liking Trump in 2015, 2016, 2017 was because of that economic shit, right? The whole time I'm talking to the niggas in the crypto space, they like, oh man, we need to get the administration. Once we get the administration in, that's gonna be pro crypto. This shit going to the moon. Whole time I'm talking to corporate niggas. I'm talking to bankers. I'm talking to people that's in the hedge funds, but they playing. You know what I'm saying? They, like I said, they running their little finesses. That sector right there is known, right? With the with the NFT game, that shit right there is known for the scamming. But the technology is what is behind that, right? So what led me to that was the technology, right? So the nigga made the joke talking about you selling drugs. I'm not, but niggas who are unbankable, right? Crypto for unbankable niggas was it was ideal, right? Okay, so you trying to tell me I got a bank on my phone like Chime, like Cash App, and you trying to tell me if I put $5,000 in there and I keep it in there for X amount of days, you gonna let a nigga get a loan out like on some bank type shit? Hell yeah. Hold on, son. Hell yeah, I'm gonna take that approach. So that's how I really got into it. Like I tapped in because I seen, you know what I'm saying, certain DeFi wallets that I liked. And I said, okay, I feel like, okay, if this technology is here, let me stash some money over here real quick. And this is right when yield farming was just kicking in. So I'm like, let me stash some money over here real quick, and let me go ahead and figure out what this yield thing is about. You know, it's sort of like a dividend. Let me put some money over here and let that shit accumulate. And then I'm learning, oh, you could put your money in and you could leverage trade. Once I found out that you could leverage trade, I said, bitch, I'm putting all the proceeds over there. All right, we're going in the house now. I guess we're not driving today. But yeah, once I found out, oh damn, I could put a couple bands over here and y'all let me 5x. Y'all let me 5x my shit. Let me come on in. Come on with it. So that's what really led me to it. But I didn't want to just take like the Forex approach to it where I'm just getting in and getting out. I wanted to know what the fuck I'm getting into, what the fuck I'm getting out of. So that's when I learned how to write a fucking smart contract, learn to read a white paper, learn to go into these Twitter spaces and have conversations with these startup crypto companies and figure out what they're marketing behind them, what they're trying to do. I believe that, John. I believe that, Valles. I believe that, but that's another thing that kind of like make me want to like stay focused is because it's a lot of like this is what I learned in crypto. Everybody that was in crypto was either a trader, like if you didn't come from money, you were a trader. Everybody that was in crypto that when I was coming in contact with when I was on these Twitter spaces, everybody either like works at a hedge fund, you know what I'm saying? They like some low-key white dude that don't want his profile known, so he got an NFT as his profile picture, or it's some regular dude who know how to trade and got into the market and he blew up like that. And I'm talking to all these, I'm having conversations like I did with Abos. I'm on 10-hour panels. I do the same thing, not the same thing because I can't be you know what I'm saying? It'd be like the Twitter spaces be like 4 hours, 6 hours type shit. But I sit in the Twitter spaces. We had the same conversations. I'll be coming across, like I said, finding meeting traders, meeting other people that had similar stories to me, or people that, you know what I'm saying, came from a different background but took their little money and jumped into the market with it and this and that. And so I'm finding like, oh, okay. It was like niggas from Nigeria, niggas from all over the continent. And I'm like, bro, how you get into crypto? He's like, oh, I trade Forex. All look like all these niggas. So it's like it's black people that get that trade and that's in these different spaces, but niggas don't got no voice for real. Niggas ain't really. It's a couple of them. Like it was one of them that I was following. It's on the crypto tip, right? It's a tokenomics dude, right? If y'all know if y'all heard of tokenomics, it's a black dude, right? But his tokenomics, he had like a YouTube channel. He had a website, YouTube channel. He had a whole bunch of different gems, and he was giving out the jewels on how he even approaches and even looks at certain things and calls them gems. Like what criteria do they need to meet for you to be wanting to invest into these startups and shit like that? So I'm like, I'm learning game from him. I'm learning certain cryptos to look at from him. And I'm like, damn, this nigga really not getting like that much publicity, but this nigga, everything he was saying was slap on. And I'm like, damn, this black dude really ain't getting no, but you got all these streamers, these crypto streamers, just like you got like the top casses and all these different streamers, and you got the Dane Callaways and you got the Nick Fuentes. Every sector got that. So the crypto, they got they crypto streamers. You know what I'm saying? They crypto streamers and all they different crypto influencers, and they got the same problems. Whereas niggas that be predicating some bullshit is all behind, okay, this company paid me this month. You know what I'm saying? That's when I first got introduced to the grifters. So that's really the sector that I'm about to lean back into. But they completely anti-black over there. So when I was over there with my music and I'm selling my music, they over there on some whole other type time, and they like, oh yeah, they like I said, they was culture vultures. They like rap, but they ain't want niggas rapping, or they want me to be rapping about some bullshit. I can't talk about this case I got pinned in there. The dirty officer that pulled me over. I can't make a song like that. So it's just like it be killing me. It be killing me. Like we'll have so much, like it's so much and it could be doing with the technology, but niggas ain't even on to it. And that's another reason why I felt like a nigga was going. I feel like a nigga was gonna pivot eventually anyway, because I'm like, bro, this technology is slipping away. I used to be at the forefront of all the AI that was going on. Now I done got a little behind. Like that shit fucked me up. Cause I'm like I said, I gotta get back tabs on the legislation behind what's going on. I used to have all the alerts for the XRP. Every case, every time they push the date back, every allegation, all that shit. But like a nigga pivoted. Hey, take that out your mouth, man. Take it out your mouth. Thank you. That's a toy. So that's what I'm trying to get back on, and I need to I want to have more of those type conversations. Like when I go over to a panel, I'm trying to have that type of conversation with people that's like-minded. It's hard to even get it off because niggas want to yell and scream and talk about dumb shit. Like it's a brother over there. I was over there on Truth Zone channel. I'm gonna call that boy No Vax Truth, because I was over there. I found out he's a no vaxxer. A lot of the content creators that's over here in these different type spaces, starting to find a thread with them, starting to understand them a little bit better, starting to get, you know what I'm saying, get grasp on it. Niggas came from other similar type sectors. That's why they're able to, you know what I'm saying, agree on certain things and lock in arms on certain shit. But I wasn't never even online to know about this shit. I didn't even know what the manosphere was. On my mama, I didn't even know what the RedPill was. I learned about all this shit in 2022. I didn't know what none of that shit was. I learned all that shit once the market crashed, and I was like, okay, I got to pivot. I it was like blood on the street. So I didn't want to be looking at the market when at the top of the crack, because it's halvings, right? Bitcoin, it basically goes on a 4 year cycle, or it has for the past, 12 to 15 years. It's kind of changing up a little bit, which is why like I got to get back into this, because I'm supposed to be on that type of shit. But like, it's a little cycle. So right around the halving and shortly after the halving, it's an explosion. And then for about 12 to 18 months, it's rocking on the uptick. And then usually get like a 360 to like a 415-day bear market. So during the bear market, I'm like, I'm pivoting to other shit to watch. And that's when I learned about the manosphere. That's when I learned about all the shit. That's when I started talking to Aboriginals. I didn't start talking to Aboriginals until the bear market. I knew about them, like I said, because I used to be an Abo way back in the Gap, but I never even looked to talk about none of this shit. Nigga, the pandemic hit. Okay, I'm on YouTube more, but I'm watching content that's derived around what I'm fucking with. So by 2021, 2022, now the market done crashed, nigga. The market done crashed 2-3 times. So now I'm trying to pivot, because I'm like, okay, I don't want to overtrade. If we going into a bear, let me get to looking at other shit, because I was deep entrenched on that crypto shit. I'm trading every fucking day, and I'm trading good sums of money every day. I'm trading 8, 9, 10 bands every single day. Like I'm moving 8 bands to make $700. I'm moving 9 bands to make a band. Like I'm every single day. So I'm sitting around here like, okay, maybe I need to take my eyes off this so I don't lose all my fucking money. So I get to pivoting, looking up all this shit, and I never came back. So now that I done jumped into this shit again, I'm like, man, this Bitcoin cycle looking a little different. We still got like 818 days for the next halving, and goddamn me, it's looking bearish for some. We could be done to be. I don't even know what to call this shit, because it's so much scamming and maneuvering. But I'm just looking on the outside right now. I got to get back in entrenched in this shit, because I used to know the scammers by name. I still know a lot of them, but I know the past scammers. I don't know the current scammers. I knew the current scammers while they were scamming though. You know what I'm saying? We knew FTX was a scam. We knew to stay away from Sam Bankman-Fried. We knew about all that. Nobody had Terra Luna when it crashed, right? Niggas wasn't fucking with that shit. That shit was a scam. Nigga, you know what a nigga had? A lot of back in the Gap. Still got a lot of that. Crypto.com. You wanna know why? Because they seemed like the safest bet. They was following the protocols, but they was still giving a nigga a chance to get freaky with this shit. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not playing with FTX. I'm gonna stash all my legal money over here. Fuck it. So I got me a nice little Crow account, had me a Crow card, and that's how I'm getting Swift. And I'm taking my Crow shit, moving it to my MetaMask, and I'm going decentralized. And I'm taking my shit on the road. Nigga seen, okay, what company got their own debit or credit card? What company got their own token? And what company is currently not getting legislated against? Them the companies I'm finna invest in. So I got, yeah, it's on top of the it's not the it's in a bowl. It's right on top of the freaking, I got a fruit bowl. It's kiwi, strawberries, pineapples. I got one. There was one I was already in there, but it didn't have no peewees. Right. The other one had kiwis in it. So really, like I said, that whole me even arguing with Aboriginals was a side effect of the bear market. Y'all would have just stayed in my earlobes, nigga. But I had more time, so I'm like, let me go ahead, spin it and pivot this way. Plus, the nigga was on probation, so I'm like, fuck it, let me pivot and do this. But hey, I'm off probation. I done ran a whole 2-year business over the road. It's time to get back into my shit, man. It's time to go on and circle all the way back around and do this shit the right way and stand in the paint all the way. I still had some coins left, right? But a nigga had a little, you know, little trader's remorse. And the nigga was, like I said, out of the mix. So now I'm back in the mix. And I got about 8, 10, 12 straight good days. You know, I'm feeling back in that trading spirit. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling back in that trading spirit. So I'm getting back into my scalping bag. I'm getting back into my daily trading bag. I'm getting back into my long-term solution for a bad banking system model. Because like I said, I did come from that conspiracy realm. That's what even led me into the crypto. Because I'm like, bro, these fractional reserve be on bullshit. And if I can put my motherfucking money over here, like, and I didn't have good credit at the time. Like I said, because I was coming from a degenerative way of thinking. So because I was coming from a degenerative way of thinking, credit wasn't important to me, cash was important to me, and my reputation with these banks wasn't at the up and up, to say the least. So I couldn't really go to every bank and set up an account. So I had to go ahead and go in and get in what I fit in. So I'm doing my research. Like I said, I felt safe with crypto.com, got my little card, started doing my little thing, but then I found out crypto.com offered like a little margin trade, but they shit was like small. But I didn't know that they was giving it up like that. So I'm like, damn, let me go find an exchange that offers everything I'm looking for. And that's when I stumbled upon exchanges like BitGet, exchanges like Bybit, exchanges like KuCoin, exchanges like Uniswap. All the different exchanges I started seeing got exactly what I was looking for. They got a crypto token. They got a motherfucking a way for I can leverage my shit, and they got a way for I can to cash that bit out quickly back into my shit. And they had rep. They had good market cap. So I'm fucking with them. So I took a risk, put a couple bands over there. They like, okay, they gonna let you 10x. They gonna give you you put 2 bands over there. They gonna give you you can get a whopping, you know what I'm saying, 20. So I'm like, what? Let me go with that. So I went immediately over there. So now I'm making plays all over the place. I'm catching loans. I'm catching $8,000 loans, throwing it over here, going over here, repaying my shit every fucking day. You know what I'm saying? That's how I got started in. Now I still leverage, but I don't do as big a leverage. One, because I can't find a good exchange that's gonna let me get over 5x that I trust right now, because there's so much scamming. Right, but before it was a lot of scamming, and before they shut a lot of that shit down with KYC, because really KuCoin is the wave. But because I don't stay in a place where U.S. Citizens can access KuCoin, I had to withdraw all my KuCoin proceeds. You know what I'm saying? I had to find a new exchange. And it seemed like every exchange I end up finding, you got a KYC, and they telling them they can't work with U.S. Customs because they wasn't following, you know what I'm saying, SEC laws and all this bullshit. So I had to start figuring out what is these laws that these motherfuckers ain't following. Then I found out this shit is frivolous. A lot of this shit is just so certain niggas can steal and other people can't steal. Right? Because the same shit crypto.com doing, Binance and KuCoin doing. It's the same fucking thing. It just they ass ain't housed in America. So I'm like, oh, okay, they just on some bullshit. They fucking the nigga bag up. So now I just work with who I can work with, that I can work with legally, and that's gonna give me the biggest margin. So I get about 5x on my trades. But even then, that's how I just be chilling on them. Like, I don't try to reach all the way to the 5, but I got a potential to go 5x. So, but I wanna get in this, but I gotta get into the weeds though, because I don't even know if I want to show niggas where I'm trading from, because I gotta make sure I'm following the law. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know. This shit is so much in the gray area. Whereas like some exchanges they fuck with, some exchanges they don't. Some exchanges they don't even know about, so they don't even know they don't fuck with it. But if they knew about it, they'll tell you don't go there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't even know if I want to give out my exchange. But I still got my crypto.com card. I still keep crypto over there on crypto.com. One, because I think it's a good, easy play, right? It's a token that has some use case, right? And like I said, it's following all the SEC rules and guidelines. They got it. They got the Los Angeles Lakers arena named after them for the next, I think, 15 years. You feel me? So they playing the long game. They got their own coin. They got their own credit card. They got their own debit card. Like literally, they got their own credit card where you can get credit with them boys. So in my eyes, they token right now. Let me look at it. I forgot how much it is. Probably like it's anywhere between 9 cents and like 12 cents. It's anywhere between like 9 cents and 12 cents right now. Let me see what's the exact price. Let me go to Coin Market Cap. It's at 9 cents right now. The last 24 hours is at 9 cents. So I got a lot of crow, and fucking, to me, crow is like a safe bet, and it's one of them things that if it hit $1, which it should ellipse that. But if it go anywhere over $1, I should have made a pretty penny. You know what I'm saying? If it go anywhere over $1, I should have made a pretty penny. But it's a lot of factors that's involved. You know, it's a lot of other people that's trying to get in that same type of game. Because you got to think, if you got a crypto account, if you got a crypto exchange, because it's what it is, it's an exchange, right? It's a market maker. So if you got a market maker that has its own wallet, it has its own debit card, it has its own credit card that you could physically get in the mail, right? And on top of that, like I said, it have its own token. That's something that I don't see. I see other ones that don't have all those things falling off before that one does. Because with its market cap and everything like that, it's going around hype and it's going around utility, right? So if a nigga hyping your shit up, you might could make some money this run, but in 3-4 years your shit gonna be dead because they have no utility or no use case, right? And I understand, like Next say, he can never get into crypto. I understand why people, you know what I'm saying, feel like that, because like I said, there's so much corruption over there, right? It's so much, and it's still so new. So, like I said, the legislation that's built up is really right now. It's like then a loophole. That's why niggas is playing how they playing with it. You know what I'm saying? They trying to go off laws from the 30s for tools of instrument on the internet that didn't even exist in the 30s. Like these is digital assets, and you trying to use laws from regular assets. It ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? So that's why the framework needs to be regrouped or reworked. But a lot of the people that's at the helm, like I said, the Gary Genslers and shit like that, they have extensive crypto portfolios. But they'll get online or they'll get in the front of people and lie. Niggas say they don't know nothing about crypto, and then you look into their background and they used to teach about crypto at their school and shit like that. Like it be little shit. Or a nigga be against it one day, and then the next day you find out he had a whole bunch of it invested in. Like that's how the shit go. So a nigga like me, I'm not putting a lot of money over there, but I do got some money over there. Most of the money that's over there now is money that I already made. So it's like I'm then playing with house money. It's like they call it a moon bag. You know what I'm saying? Most of that shit I did put a couple of dollars in, like I said, when I started getting short. But most of that money that's over there is it's cash that I made from trades. And most of that shit, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't want to lose it, but it's losable type shit. You feel me? So, but I could get why niggas would be like, they ain't fucking with that. Because right now it is sketch. It is a little sketch. But you can do the same way you could trade over there, Neck. You can do the same exact thing You know what I'm saying? Like the same way you doing your trades right now, they got the same instruments, do the same things. Like the exact same way. It's actually low key a little bit when it's in the we're not in a bull right now, but in a nice bull market, when the shit ain't been artificially propped up, then the amount of movement in the day is a lot of niggas call it volatility, but it's just a lot of trading going on. It's a lot of flowing, ebbing and flowing. So that's the type of shit. That's the type of shit a nigga locked into. You know what I'm saying? Doing the stocks and the crypto. That's gonna be my next horizon, right? I did the forex with the crypto, but I didn't do the stocks with the crypto. So now we doing forex, crypto, and the stocks, and I got a business. So now shit, it's nowhere in the world I could fall off. So I just gotta stay locked in, stay down, don't take no extra risks. Right? I ain't taking no extra risks. But I'm finna get up out of here. I'm gonna try to get some. I probably mark some charts up, try to get into some of that bad. But I know a lot of that shit be boring people. Niggas don't be liking to see that. Niggas be wanting to see arguing and shit. So I gotta figure out how to have some type of open dialogue forum and sneak in the charts at the same time. Nigga be having to sneak in geek. That's crazy. That's even crazy. I even gotta say that. Nigga gonna have to sneak in geek the info. So, but I'm gonna work it out. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm finna go on and get up out of there. Like I think my son, he tired of being outside.